This goes out to all my OG holders. Legend Gang. Coin Bros. I just woke up in the morning, check that market cap. We up. Shout out to my dog, what you barking at? What up, dog? A package at my door, man, I've been waiting. Hope the UPS guy ready for a conversation. We gon' talk about this crypto if you like it or not. Shut up, Jordan Belfort, bitches, shit ain't in stock. I'm that dude reppin' that blockchain on the block. Talking crypto with my neighbors while they taking a walk. And my girl love talking crypto with me. Got my son straight, ICO picking with me. Legend gang, man, I keep it with me. Better take a long lunch if you with me. We gon' talk about it, we gon' talk about the dip. John McCaffrey told me Bitcoin to $1 million, or he gon' eat his own dick. Ever seen a grown man eat his own dick?
What? No, hell no.
We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it.
I'll be talking crypto when I'm taking a piss. I'll be talking crypto in the Uber or Lyft. Talking crypto when my daughter's making the wish. I'll be talking crypto when I'm taking a seat on the bus, riding to a meetup. I'm talking like-minded people there to greet us. I'm talking Krispy Kremes, endless margaritas, man. I'll be talking crypto to the dude in the mall cleaning sneakers. This is peer-to-peer, ain't got time for waiting. This is peer-to-peer, don't need no bank statement. I got the QR, tenant for that fast payment.
Ooh, that's not matching up right. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it.
Yeah, we the Coin Bros, all we talk is that crypto, baby. So if you ain't about that, get the F out my face, dog.
We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it.
We talking crypto, we talking crypto.
Look at the camera, say we talking crypto.
Coming up next. Stay tuned to learn more about the state of blockchain education at major universities all around the world. REIMAGINE 2020.
Hello there, my name is John Davidos. I lead development for NEO with a focus on tools and the developer experience based in Seattle, Washington. It is my privilege and certainly my pleasure to be here for REIMAGINE 2020.
Hey everyone, it's Patrick McLean again, one of your guests for REIMAGINE 2020. I'm excited to bring a new guest to you. It's John Davidos. Did I butcher it?
No, it's good. That's good. Look, the way I say it is, it doesn't mean anything in English anyway, so it doesn't matter how you say it.
So, guys, first off, I had the last week I was able to listen to some of the stuff John had talked about, read a little bit, and definitely excited to have him on as a guest. And even in the few minutes before this call, I think a very positive energy. I'm big on first impressions, so I'm excited for you guys to get to know him. And I'll stop butchering it. But John, for the audience, why don't you introduce yourself a bit, maybe a bit about your background and maybe the journey that kind of led you to blockchain and why you're excited to be a part of it.
Oh, absolutely. Again, thanks again for making time for me. Yeah. So look, I'm from India originally, grew up in East Africa, Tanzania, went to school in India and the US. I have a bachelor's, master's in computer science, did PhD work in machine learning long before machine learning was cool and sexy. Spent about 19, 20 years at Microsoft working on platforms. I led architecture for the .NET platform v1 and v2. Spent many years shipping tooling, frameworks, and libraries for millions of developers worldwide. Worked on 2 machine learning startups that we exited. I first encountered crypto about 10 years ago. At that time, I was mostly dabbling, obviously, in the coins, but during my startup adventures is when I went deep down the rabbit hole, as they say. I realized the potential of the platform and the opportunity that we had to serve millions of developers worldwide. And that's what led me to NEO and to work on building the best possible tooling and experience for developers on the NEO blockchain.
Got it. So you and I were chatting before. Obviously, you grew up in Tanzania. I was just there for a little bit, but it's always one of the examples I've used, since I had a short time there, and say, man, if 10 years ago I was there, 12 years ago, and say they were using M-Pesa, they're sending money from Nokia T9 phones, right, back and forth. So while some of us in the world might think we're novel to have Venmo, right, or make these transactions, or we might think that certain countries aren't as technically advanced as us. And the flip side, I would argue, what were the experiences that growing up there, or that you've seen, or that you're aware of, that kind of influence how you think about blockchain?
Oh, absolutely. Look, I mean, I had a fantastic time, about 8 years growing up in Tanzania, all over the place. Arusha, like you said, Dar es Salaam, Tabora, Mbeya, Bukoba, all over. So a few things I learned. Firstly, I would say, necessity is the mother of invention. And I think M-Pesa, as you said, very clearly grew from the need to find a way to transact, to exchange. And being able to use, cell phones and texting was a very powerful way to fulfill a need in the marketplace. The second thing I would say is, in terms of the opportunity to serve millions of people worldwide, there is still a huge, huge opportunity for the man in the street, the common man, the common woman, to contribute and to benefit from what they have to offer. The world as we see it is still lopsided. And I see the potential of the blockchain platforms to do our small bit to make this a much more fair, much more equitable, and provide opportunities for people to benefit from their energy, from their potential, and from their contributions. And certainly growing up in Africa and in India gives me a certain perspective that I hope to bring to bear in both the tools and the apps that we build.
Got it. So when we touch on that subject of experience, obviously you've had a pretty seasoned background in technology. How did that influence, what were those past experiences? And I guess maybe I'll zoom out for 1 second and say, I'm always intrigued. We have a development team, and I've always looked at, why aren't there more blockchain developers? What are the difference between a regular developer and a blockchain developer? What experiences in your past kind of led you to blockchain? How do they influence how you think about it now, and from a technology standpoint?
A fantastic question. So first of all, I would say there are no blockchain developers. The same way there are no, I would say, iPhone or app or front end or back end or cloud. There are developers, period. The mistake I think much of the blockchain industry made early on was in trying to pigeonhole and silo the so-called blockchain developers with special purpose languages, like what the Ethereum guys did with Solidity, with what I call elite developer tools, in many ways put up barriers. You almost had to have these high priests of blockchain development to come in, to write the code, to write the contract, to review and to bless it before they would deploy it. This is fundamentally flawed. Let me explain. Across the world, there are about 21 million developers. And there is no way we in the blockchain space can deem ourselves to be successful if we focus only on the 10,000 or the 50,000 or even the 100,000 people who are building smart contracts. We have to go to where the developers are. If there's one thing I've learned from my time at Microsoft is you cannot expect the developers to come to you. You have to go to where they are. What does this mean? It means giving them the support in the languages they know. Java, C#, Python, Go, JavaScript. It means giving them support in the tools that they know and they love. It means giving them comparable, if not superior experience. Let me give you an example. Up until a year and a half ago, debugging smart contracts was a nightmare. How do you expect mainstream developers to be able to jump in and be successful if we couldn't even give them a reasonable debugging experience? And these are the things that we set out to achieve here in Seattle for NEO, is to provide a first-class, friction-free developer experience to make sure each and every developer out there, the 21 million people out there, can jump in and feel comfortable, feel like they're building for a Microsoft toolset or an Amazon Web Services or a Google toolset. There should be no friction. There should be no sense of I'm now a blockchain developer or I'm now a X, Y, or Z. I'm a developer. And give me the tools in the languages and the support I've grown to like and to love and to enjoy. And that's exactly what we are doing here at NEO. We will take this to the mainstream. We will attract millions of developers, and we do this by going to where they are and serving their needs.
Got it. And I agree with you. And we were having a brief conversation earlier before we started this call, and I was telling you, like, our CTO I've known for a long time. I mean, he was telling me a year and a half ago, right? And I really respect his opinion. He said, Patrick, when I look at all these blockchains, every time I come to a platform and I say, okay, I want this tooling, I want this debugging, if I were to devise it from a development standpoint, they tend to have a lot of what I need. And he said there's some drawbacks. Maybe there wasn't as much documentation as you needed at the time or whatever, like you can expect with any growing platform. So I guess my next question is I believe that, and actually, by the way, I haven't done this yet. And like, I just messaging him, he might hop on, so he might get a special guest here. You'll like him. But what do you really think that, how is NEO solving those challenges? Do you think they have a competitive advantage? And if so, what needs to happen for the world to hear that?
Thank you. Fantastic question. So if you go to the roots of NEO, back to the origin when Hong Fei Da and Eric Zhang built, designed and devised the architecture, NEO was built on a polyglot infrastructure, meaning it was designed from the very beginning to support a whole host of languages. And that gave us a very unique advantage out of the blocks in terms of setting up a platform play to attract, to motivate developers from across a variety of communities. Secondly, the fact that we actually based much of our plumbing on the Microsoft.NET infrastructure gave us a very unique role to play in the market because we can piggyback on the millions of developers who use .NET, let me give you, for example, a data point. On the average, every month, Patrick, there's about 6 or 7 million developers that use VS Code as the developer tooling. And the fact that we have built NEO, our toolkit, as a collection of extensions on VS Code, they are widely available on the VS Code marketplace, by the way, again, gives us a very unique vantage point to drive awareness and to serve and support these developers worldwide. So we believe, I certainly strongly believe that by piggybacking, by attaching, and by providing a comparable, familiar experience, we certainly have a unique role to play in the blockchain industry and market.
Got it. So for the viewers that might not know, right, and I think fortunately, unfortunately, crypto blockchain world has been divided in many ways, right? You have people that use it as an investment that in some ways they think they are technical analysts of projects now, right? I might check their resumes later and there might not be much there to back up that claim. So for maybe people that have certain conceptions about Neo or don't know anything about it, how would you describe Neo in a kind of really condensed version? Like why should Neo exist? Why are you excited about it? Why are you not on another team? Why, what is Neo?
So Neo is a platform for the new economy, what we call the smart economy. Now, what does it mean? It means that we are designing, architecting, and delivering a platform for digital assets, uniquely focused on digital assets. Now, this could mean all the way from, for example, gaming. Gaming is about digital assets to real world. Think about property, think about condominiums, apartments, homes, automobiles. So because of this singular focus, we're able to design a developer experience that far exceeds the vanilla blockchain platforms out there. For me, fundamentally, this new economy, what we call the smart economy, is about assets, is about a new set of assets, fully digitized, fully digital. Second, in terms of the developer play, Patrick, the key is this: the chain is just the chain. It is going to be the developer tools. And like you said, plays like EcoBoost to incent, to motivate, to fund and serve the developers that will create and build the ecosystem. It's going to be the ecosystem that determines whether a chain, how successful a chain is in terms of the future. So between the singular focus on the smart economy and the almost maniacal obsession we have with respect to developers, I strongly believe that we are in a very unique position to be very strong in the coming months and certainly years as we launch Neo 3 and more.
Got it. And I think one not unique, but maybe have to take into account, Neo is obviously a project based in China, right? How do you think that affects your team? You're sitting there in Seattle, what is your outside take from like openness or government regulation or acceptance, from East-West mentality? How are from your perspective, how are different countries or regulators or sandboxes really treating crypto or blockchain? Is that a benefit for Neo or not? And do you guys use that to your advantage, et cetera?
Yeah. So first off, I would say, much of the distinctions, I think, are less and less relevant in this new world we live in. So second, yes, the founding team, the founding members were in Shanghai. At this point, the foundation is based in Singapore. Our co-developers span the globe. We have dev teams in Asia, in Latin America, in North America, US, obviously here in Seattle, Western Europe, Spain, Switzerland, the UK, Russia, and more in terms of South Asia. So I would say the core team, the developers, and certainly the communities that drive, that create the Neo platform and ecosystem, it's a global team and a global community. And lastly, in terms of perceptions, my sense is that in this world of digital, this is a first-class digital experience. We do not, and we certainly do not expect to carry any legacy forward. So in that sense, the adoption, the interest, the market momentum, certainly I do not see any perception of north, south, east, west. It's very much a blockchain platform for the smart economy. Developers that appreciate the tooling and the experience flock there, and devs building for other patterns or other use cases might choose to go to different chains. That's kind of how I see it.
Got it. All right, for the REIMAGINE 2020 audience, for the thousands of students watching and everyone, and we haven't done this yet, but I like John from the first time I talked with him. So we had a good conversation. And as I mentioned earlier, like one of our CTOs, like one of the projects, he told me maybe a year or 2 years ago, he was like, I really like this Neo project. They're like anything I would need from a developer perspective. One of my best friends, I just had to get him on. We're going to do a 5-minute, just get him in and out. I haven't even seen him since he's been in quarantine like a month. And now all of a sudden he has a beard. I've never seen this in 10 years. We got Galen Danziger. Galen, are you there?
Oh, yeah, I am. Yeah, I've been rocking the quarantine beard a little bit.
Love it. So, hey, I know you're busy. Galen barely just woke up. He's in San Francisco. He was working all night last night. But Galen, I just want to get you on here. You know, obviously, you and I had talked before, and I think you had, you know, specific affinity for Neo. And maybe just introduce yourself quickly. And would just like, if you have a few questions for John, I think you guys might have a very interesting conversation.
Oh, yeah. So I've been, my name is Galen. I've been doing a lot of engineering at Mousebelt, I guess since its inception. We've been doing a lot of smart contract development, blockchain development, a little bit of anything and everything in the space, helping build out companies. And we've worked on a lot of different blockchains. Neo is definitely one that I think has been a pretty cool experience to work on, with like writing in multiple languages in it, compiling down with like MSIL, with it's just got a lot of things that I would look for. But one thing I noticed is I never saw it catch on. Like, even though I had a better experience writing smart contracts in Neo, the majority of smart contracts I see written are in Solidity. And I was just wondering, do you think, what do you think are the reasons that Solidity is just permeated throughout everywhere?
Look, first off, man, look, Neo's cool. I like it. I like the fact that you've been playing with it. I like the fact that you've been building and debugging and testing, that you've gone down to the MSIL level. Looks like we're in the same time zone. I'm up in Seattle, you're in San Francisco. And I like that we are innovating in this show by bringing on and extending. So absolutely, look, good. Thanks again. Thanks. I appreciate the feedback, and certainly the fact that you played with the tools. We are doing more. You spoke about, for example, debugging. You know, about 18 months ago, debugging was a nightmare across the industry. We have done some pretty amazing things here in Seattle and Shanghai and Singapore to greatly decrease friction, to make it. In fact, next week, Galen, I'm going to be announcing what we call time travel debugging, being able to step forward and step back.
That's cool. That's very cool.
There you go. See, exactly. So being able to, because again, I mean, you know, much of the challenges we see out in the market, like for example, the smart contract re-entrancy, I mean, you know, logic errors, obviously, but being able to provide a superior debugging experience, we believe is paramount, right? So you're gonna, you know, if you like debugging, you're gonna love the time travel debugging experience we will ship next week. Being able to step back, step forward, and being able to analyze, right? So back to your question. So here is how I see it. This game is very early, Galen. You know, I spent about 18 years at Microsoft building V1 and V2 of the .NET platform. I led architecture early on for many years. There are about 21 million developers worldwide. At this point, and if you say, okay, so how many devs are there that are dabbling in the blockchain space? Your guess is as good as mine. And if we say, how many developers working, for example, on smart contracts using Solidity? Probably what, for 50,000, maybe 100,000? So it's way too early to declare victory, success, or otherwise, right? My sense is that thus far, the industry has been somewhat elitist. It's almost like you have to have the high priests come in and they know Solidity and they have to bless the contract before you deploy it, right? That was well and good. That was well and good for the early phase, the early wave. But if we are going to be successful, we have to go mainstream. Going mainstream means going to where the developers are. And this is the bet that we are making. So how do we drive more awareness? For us, it's very simple, Galen. Up here in Seattle, you know, we are betting very big on the .NET and the Microsoft developer ecosystem. Just to give you another data point, every month, on the average, about 7 million developers use VS Code. And that's why we have designed the Neo toolkit as a collection of extensions for VS Code, because we want to serve those developers. Even if we get 10% of that 7 million, that's about 4-5 times the number of devs building on Ethereum right now. It's a long journey. It's very early in the game. I want to get the 21 million developers to be able to write smart contracts using the language of their choice and not have to spend hours, days, and weeks, learning something new, climbing up the stairs, figuring out how does this thing work. I want this to be as simple, as friction-free as building and deploying a Lambda function on Amazon Web Services or an Azure function on Microsoft Azure. And that's where we are. With the time travel debugging next week, Galen, we're going to raise the bar on this, man. I mean, devs are going to love this thing. So
Yeah, that sounds cool. I'll be trying it out as soon as it's announced. So
I love it.
I'll be following your Twitter.
I love it. Thank you.
All right, Galen, I know you only have another few minutes here. Galen's about to hop. Who's your next call with, Galen?
Hashgraph.
All right. So, what's your next one? Give us one more or two if you got the time.
So one thing that I see really interesting with NEO is it looks like NEO Foundation itself isn't driving all the goals of its development. I see City of Zion, which is having a pretty big impact, working on a lot of core aspects of NEO tooling. And I compare this to other blockchains where I see they're building everything out, sort of just deciding on the direction to go themselves. And with NEO, I see it seems like a collaborative effort. Do I have the right idea here? And if so, how does that influence development decisions and where the product goes?
So fantastic question, Galen. Absolutely. So from the very beginning, for us, our vision has been a global team, led by our community. So COZ is one of many. We have communities across Asia, South Asia, Latin America, here in the US, Western Europe, Spain, UK, Switzerland, Russia. So our sense is that, to live the principles of decentralization, the foundation has to support and enable and fund. However, the innovation, the flowering has to come from the edge across the communities. You are right, early on, COZ was one of the most vocal and perhaps active communities. However, at this point, we have groups across the world. For example, in St. Petersburg, NSPCC, investing heavily in Go and NeoFS. We have teams in Brazil, Neo Research, that are pushing the envelope in terms of DBFT and pioneering new research. Here in Seattle, NGD Seattle, in terms of debugging, I spoke about the time travel debugger, the Neo Toolkit, VS Code. So absolutely, we are committed. And we certainly, I would like to say we are living the principle of innovation at the edge. Fund, support, foster, but let innovation happen at the edge. Because if we believe a team in Singapore from the foundation can dictate top down, then something's not right with the founding vision and the basis, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that totally makes sense. Do you think that there are ever drawbacks to that approach? Do you have to discuss features for longer? Or you find that you're just getting new ideas more when you see this innovation from the edge approach?
So we see a lot more ideas than we can actually go work on. That's the fun part of it. There's so much. I mean, the backlog is tremendous, right? The challenge is obviously focusing and delivering quickly and rapidly to get feedback. So more ideas and certainly more innovation than we can probably push out, or what we would like to push out, in the short term. Yes, there is clearly more discussion, but I think discussion is about innovation at the edge. It's about debate. Right? It's about making sure the community at large is able to drive the vision, and not have a team or a foundation or somebody, in a Singapore or elsewhere saying, guys, this is what's going to happen. The vision is very clear. It's about digitizing assets. The focus is on 21 million developers worldwide. Now, how we get there piece by piece comes from Brazil, from Russia, from Singapore, from the UK, from Seattle, from Spain, and so on.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. And then I think one last question for you. You talk about educating 21 million developers. One thing I find is coding around a blockchain can be a little bit opinionated, a little bit different from some standard coding practices. How do you get people up to speed and make new developers feel pretty natural coding on the blockchain?
Again, a fantastic question, Galen. So I'm doing exactly what we did at Microsoft, which is provide templates, provide patterns, design patterns, and the tooling to realize these templates and design patterns. This always gives new developers a jump start. And this way, you don't have to be in the weeds figuring out the innards of every bolt and every nut out there. We say, look, these are the most common design patterns. These are the supporting templates for you. And if you want to just get going and build, test and deploy, something in about 5 minutes, you can do it on the Neo toolkit. And I love it, right? That's the way it should be. Because once you get the excitement, once you feel the power of the toolkit and the tools, then of course you can go in and you can spend your nights and weekends. But that first few steps, the key is the templates, the wizards, and being able to make those recurring design patterns very quickly and very easily realizable. And that's my focus here in Seattle.
So real quick, and I know you have to run, Galen, and whenever you need to jump off, feel free. But as long as we can keep you, see, guys, if everybody watching, I just shut up. I just let the smart people talk, right? But I think you guys are both talking about how to build these tools, how to make it easy to build blockchain, and I think we have another, say 5-7 minutes here on this call. But when we think about the students, right, and again, there's going to be a lot of universities watching this, so. Questions for you, John, and Galen, if you want to add some insight. Obviously, from our perspective, from a technical side, you're kind of in the middle between a lot of the universities, so you kind of hear what a lot of the students are asking for on a regular basis. But, John, what would be your advice to a student today in college who's kind of looking at blockchain? How would you tell them to approach it? I don't know if I mentioned it earlier. One of the things that always makes me laugh is again, just the pessimism of people that have kind of been in the space. And then what I see when the university students, you get on a call with 30 kids and they're not mad that they lost money on an ICO 2 years ago, right? They're not questioning the benefits of blockchain. They're like, I'm going to build an application and that's going to be built on blockchain, right? And they're just ready to go. So, for the few thousand students watching this, what would your advice be? Like if you're in school today, how would you be thinking about this?
It is the greatest time to be alive and to be a developer, to be a student. Here is why, right? I've seen multiple waves of platforms, gentlemen. I've seen the mainframe, the PC, client server, SOA, the web, and the cloud. In history, there has never been an economic platform. Blockchain is the very first economic platform in history. What does it mean? What I mean is in previous waves, it was all infrastructure. It was plumbing. You could build and re-platform applications. With a blockchain platform, because we have intrinsic crypto economic protocols, because we have incentives baked in, we have a unique stack in history. And so I would say, to anybody out there in school, if you're watching this, forget the ICOs, forget the crypto, forget the token, forget about all of that. That's noise for you. Focus on the fact that you are able to build and deploy apps on the very first economic platform in history. And think about the possibility. The possibilities are enormous. Being able to have incentives designed in, intrinsic baked in. This is a whole new world. Think about how you could change the world of digital assets forever. And that's where I would say focus on. Forget about the token, the noise, the crypto and all of that out there. It's good. That's not where I would put my energy and time on.
For all you students out there, I have a feeling you want to listen to John. I think John's got a lot of experience. You might be smart to listen to John. Galen, you talked to a lot of the college kids. So one last question. I want Galen to tell a quick story you might like, John. But Galen, dealing with a lot of the students, what do you see? Like, what are their pain points? If you were to give a recommendation to a company like Neo, how could they reach more college kids, more innovation at the university level for little to no resources? And and what questions do you have for them there?
Well, I would say for a company like for any blockchain, they have to have I would say definitely good tooling, good easy ways to build an application. Like if a student is building something and they have to spend 2 weeks learning a platform versus 2 hours learning a platform, they're always going to pick the one that they spend 2 hours learning. It's just, especially if they're at a hackathon, it's a lot easier. So I would say always making things easy to understand and use is good. But outside of that, I think just being, getting in front of students where you can just have good like community discussion areas or even presentations, just something to get out in front of students and help them learn, help them understand will really help Neo or any blockchain to get students to write apps on it.
All right, John, before we let Galen go and before I say goodbye to you, I have a good story. I forgot. I was reminded once Galen joined about the high priest. Galen, tell John how you first learned about Ethereum or the concept of Turing complete languages.
Oh, so it was I think 2014, early 2014. Vitalik had stayed at my place in San Francisco back when he was writing for Bitcoin Magazine and trying to raise money for Ethereum. And none of us really knew what a blockchain, well, some of them knew Bitcoin, some of them knew a little bit, but then he was just, he was staying with us and like downstairs, he would just be giving all these lectures and talks and like, this is why we need a Turing complete language on a blockchain. And people might say like, well, what's a blockchain? And then a lot of people, my roommates in that time, just all caught the bug and got into it.
Very good. That's a very good story. Absolutely. I mean, look, we're on this journey. This is probably at best the first innings, gentlemen. You know this as well as I do. The best is yet to come. What a time to be alive, and especially for folks out there, in colleges and schools. I mean, there is no better time to build this digital future and to build this on the very first economic platform we've seen in history. It's just phenomenal. I mean, it's awesome, man.
Oh, absolutely.
No, and it's something that I think we see increasingly. We do a decent amount on the engineering side, corporate innovation, et cetera. And something that we've seen regularly and we've kind of come to the conclusion is getting very interesting. I think I've seen enough, even in our education alliance, right? We have Neo, Stellar, Ripple, Tron, NEM, right? So we talk to everybody, right? And so it's on one half kind of hear what the platforms or the people working in the space are saying. Another half kind of talking to the corporations. And I think we take a different approach in our conversations where we say, hey, we're not here to tell you we're the magicians of I'm going to write you the best supply chain application. We're going to help you kind of understand it a bit, right? And kind of dissect the components. And I see it where it's on one half, maybe early 2018 through 2019, a lot of the platforms wanted to prove themselves. They needed validation. They needed to prove their use cases. So they're trying to partner with enterprises, the companies that could provide them the volume or the validation at scale. So they kind of go down this path of pilots, right? Well, then if you look internally at these enterprise organizations, large institutions, they obviously have a lot of bureaucracy. So they say, okay, a lot of these pilots failed. So say, okay, why did they fail? Well, okay, maybe in some cases, there's only one internal evangelist at X company, right? So if that person leaves the motivation. Or maybe there's a consortium and maybe one company came late to the consortium, right? And their interests were less accounted for than the earlier members, right? So kind of see this multitude of reasons why maybe pilots have or have not been successful, or why institutions look at it and say, we've tried 5 blockchain pilots, only one was, bearing fruit, or 3 didn't go live. So we've really been spending time looking at deconstructing why, right? Like before we talk about the tech,
why.
Yeah, go ahead.
So look, I spent 25 years in the enterprise space, gentlemen. I know the enterprise inside out. There is a fundamental fatal flaw in how enterprises approach blockchain. They see it as one more plumbing platform. They see it as infrastructure. And so they are re-platforming applications. because of their DNA, they are unable to understand the crypto economic protocols baked in. So what does this mean in practical terms? Almost every enterprise scenario does not take economic incentives into consideration. Look at any enterprise pilot or POC. I would say 9 out of 10, even more, they see it as infrastructure, possibly decentralized infrastructure. IT, enterprise IT cannot come to terms with incentives. And so failing this, any app that's going to be designed is going to be very difficult to show incremental value. And this is the fatal flaw with respect to how they think economic protocols means crypto or token. It's going to take some time for them to get past that and say, actually, I could exploit crypto economic protocols because they enable me to embed incentives and create governance. But IT is not there. And this, for me, is the fatal flaw I see.
There's so much I want to say. We literally don't have time. Galen, you could probably do this call for another hour.
I wish. I actually got to hop off. I got to join on this other one now.
I'm saying you probably could if you had the time.
Oh, absolutely.
We'll do another
John,
time.
It was no. We by the way, to everybody listening, we have some additional panels that we're scheduling next week, etc. And John, I think a few ideas came to this mind with a few big companies that I think maybe we'd ask you to join, and we'll have that conversation one off. But it was very nice meeting you, Galen. Do you see why I invited you to this call?
Oh yeah, it's cool. It's very cool.
So thanks for letting us play an audible, John. But again, for everybody listening, for all the students, for all the blockchain patrons. Listen to what John's saying. This is not, I think everybody looks at blockchain sometime as the shortest solution or what's the quick buck. This technology is not easy to build, right? And for the developers actually building it, we need tools. The same way you build a house, you need the right tools, right? And this is how people, whether you know it or not, whether you're an engineer, whether you're a speculator, whether you're just looking to buy your first Bitcoin, whether you're a student in the CS or data departments who wants to explore, there's some realities to this market, right? And building this future is not going to be easy. And it shouldn't be easy, right? By definition, if we want something good, we have to put into the work, right? And listen to people like John and hear what they're working on and these small changes that say, oh, there's a new update. We say, man, that took us 6 months to build. Like, we need a little more recognition for that. But hey, John, before we go, any last words for the audience?
Oh, yeah. So again, look, gentlemen, thank you for giving me the time and the opportunity. It is my privilege to be here, to be part of REIMAGINE 2020. And again, I want to echo what I said earlier. This is the very first economic platform in history. It's a very unique time to understand, to learn, and to exploit the power and the potential. We haven't seen anything yet in this space. And just so keep an eye on the industry, and certainly keep an eye on the tooling that we are building for developers. So thank you again.
It was a pleasure, man. You have a great energy, and I can't wait to talk to you again. For everybody listening, it's Patrick McLean again. We have Galen Danziger. We have John Davos. I'm going to destroy that. He's going to hate me. He said it didn't matter earlier. But for everybody listening, definitely appreciate it. Read about John online. Check out Neo. Go access their developer tools. Sounds like there's some new announcements coming out. And we're going to continue with a bunch of good interviews, and we appreciate everybody tuning in.
You're tuned in to Reimagine 2020. Stay tuned to learn more about the state-of-the-art in blockchain education and technological development all around the world. Reimagine 2020.
Reimagine 2020 is brought to you by Mainnet. Mainnet is a blockchain that conducts real operations with cryptocurrency, forwarding it from senders to recipients. And now yous know.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. I'm here to tell you that if you're having green candle erectile dysfunction, just remember that ETH is money and market buy that
We have some breaking news. The Lightning Network, the Layer 2 scaling solution for Bitcoin proposed by Blockstream, is still just 18 months away. It's only been 18 months since their last vaporware announcement. Back to you.
Fortune, I just got the news. I can be a millionaire too. Check the OP, what did he do? Gas in his bag, still to go to the moon. Spent half an eighth, I got 1 million coins like the real McCoy. You know I feel that joy, cause if it goes to a buck, I won't believe my luck. And now 10 on my Lambos for me and my friends. Butterfly doors, but I'm already in dock. Trump is like Biff from my squad on the block. Jamming with a whole life. Chat rooms, we scroll at night. Bitcoin ether, been told twice. Now I hold my ish like it's mold divide. Going to the stars, cause it's only right. Read the white paper, I was sold that side. Now I steal my shit coins, cause I'm overhyped. We can't take the pressure. Cashing out for you was tether. My craft ship shape as she sails through stormy weather. With pleasure, come with me on this endeavor. I will be smoking fat joints on Italian leather. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. This goes out to my crypto squad and the crypto gods. Blockchain clearing that fiscal clog. Rolling through town like the Frisco fog. Push the button, bought some coins. Now push the button, start my whip. Used to push my feet through the tenderloin. Now I'm pushing this spaceship. Some thought it was a bubble. Now vision doubled. Wishing they had taken the trouble. Hardware wallets, private keys, no more paper and duffels. Bank staying puzzle. Now I'm going for hikes. Have my mountain sex. My returns just hit 10,000x. Used to be humble. Now I proudly flex. Should I fly to Dubai or Saudi next? And I only cashed out part of my assets. Hodled to my last breath. Not the one to half step. It's so strange. Wealth is like a rebirth. Clawed my way out of debt. Fueled by my research. Crypto fam, Welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance.
Coming up next. Stay tuned to learn more about the state of the art in blockchain and cryptocurrency technology. Reimagine 2020.
Hey guys, I'm Larry Peng from IoTex, Head of Business Development, and I'm here to reimagine 2020.
Hey everybody, it's Patrick McLean again, one of your hosts for Reimagine 2020. We've got our next speaker here, and this is a place I was just chatting with Larry about. It's kind of hits close to home. You know, I've worked in IoT and sensors and RFID for many years, so it's something I'm kind of a little bit of a nerd about. So this will be a fun one for me. But yeah, I want to introduce Larry and kind of get a bit of his background before we get into this conversation about, you know, how do blockchain and IoT mix and why is that relevant. But before I butcher any more of it, Larry, introduce yourself and maybe tell people a little bit how you kind of came to blockchain.
Yeah, sounds good. Hey guys, I'm Larry, born and raised in Los Angeles. I went to school at MIT on the East Coast. Spent about 5 years in management consulting before jumping down the rabbit hole and joining IoTex about 2 years ago. I got into blockchain, you know, I was doing a consulting project actually for the World Economic Forum during my consulting time, and we were doing a project about financial inclusion in payments globally. And of course, Bitcoin came up, but also other things like, you know, M-Pesa, which is a peer-to-peer payments via cell phones in Kenya. And that really sparked something in me that I started to understand that the world doesn't have to work the way it does, right? You can see in Kenya, people leapfrogged the entire banking system and went directly to mobile payments. So once I started to think about that in the context, especially of our smart devices, and you know how all that data is being kind of consolidated in these giant vertically integrated corporations, I thought we could do something better. So you know, for the past 2 years, I've really been focused on reimagining the Internet of Things in the context of blockchain.
Awesome. I love that you mentioned that. I lived for many years like in Tanzania, between there and Kenya. So I was there maybe 10 years ago, right, where I'm watching people with, you know, Nokia N9, not smartphones, right? They're getting little scratch cards from M-Pesa, entering their phone and sending money to people, right? So I think it's always a good lesson to reflect back on when we think first world countries are so advanced that some of these problems we're trying to solve have actually, you know, been people have been working to tackle them for a while. But hey, can you tell the audience, people that might not know, or maybe they know a little bit about it, can you just in a nutshell give it, you know, your concise summary of what is IoTex?
Yeah, so IoTex, at the core of what we do, we're a technology platform. We're a blockchain network, but we really focus specifically on the intersection of blockchain, IoT, and privacy. And you know, IoT is an acronym obviously for Internet of Things, but you know, maybe that's not as known to people. So just to give you a quick background on what Internet of Things is, right? Imagine all of these smart devices that you have in your homes, in your businesses. You know, right now, the world's being flooded with these security cameras, these virtual assistant cameras, speakers, your thermostats, even your toilets are going to be smart very, very soon, right? So the Internet of Things is the composition of all of these internet connected devices all around the world that are gathering data, to enhance our daily lives, enhance our business processes. But, one thing that everyone should know about the Internet of Things is it's controlled by these gatekeepers that, have long been, offering us digital services, the Apples, the Googles, the Facebooks, the Amazons of the world. But now they're really starting to get into our homes, right? They're starting to, purchase companies like Fitbit to get our health data, Ring and Nest to get our home data and things like that. So when it comes to our smart devices, we really need trust and security and also privacy. So, IoTex takes that to heart, and we're building a platform that allows people to build trusted devices that generate trusted data. And we hand that off to developers so they can build trusted applications. We'll dive into some of the more specific types of devices and applications that IoTex is powering, but we believe in a human-centered future where, you can look at your devices and without a doubt know that, this device is only doing what I expect it to do, right? There's no behind the scenes data sales. Maybe, a lot of people don't necessarily care about privacy today in the digital world because, these things are not as tangible as, the video camera footage from your home, right? So when it comes to the physical world, we believe in a next generation of security and privacy, and that's what we're trying to do with IoTex.
Got it. So, I think for the average listener, maybe even more advanced, I think IoT kind of ends up with this general categorization, right? And technical people might understand it, right? The average consumer might just understand the products, but how do you guys kind of define IoT, and what do you think maybe some of the core blocks of that? So do you look at it as, thermostats and kind of home equipment are one subset, or that maybe there's chips or RFID tags on products identifying them? Like what are those kind of subsets of IoT?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple ways to think about the Internet of Things, right? One is from the vertical standpoint that you were talking about. There's a lot of different industries, right? Think about all the industries that use smart devices today. Everything from agriculture to smart homes to smart cities to autonomous vehicles. These are all kind of verticals in which IoT devices are implemented, right? But if you think about it from a horizontal perspective, right, let's break down what every device has, right? It has some sensors to gather data, whether it's light, temperature, humidity, different readings that these sensors grab. They have some type of storage and processing in a CPU, and they have something to connect to the internet, right? Whether it's directly to Wi-Fi or it's some of these other connectivity modules like Bluetooth or low power, long range. There's a whole plethora of options there, but you kind of mix and match these things, different levels and sophistications of hardware to really get different types of IoT devices, right? So we think about it from more of the horizontal perspective, right? What is the common denominator across all of these IoT industries? And that's kind of the need to understand that the inner workings of these devices are doing exactly what they're meant to do. And they're rooted in trust and security and privacy, right? One of the big problems in IoT today is you don't necessarily own the devices or the data that are coming from them, right? But you're starting to see them pop up in your homes. So we want to give people full control of their devices and their data. And that's something that's not guaranteed by regulations or policies, is guaranteed at the technological level. And, I think it's great. I don't like making these analogies to the Bitcoin of IoT, but it's very true, right? What we're doing to decentralize the financial system with Bitcoin and more peer-to-peer payments, you're starting to see that translate to the IoT side too. So it's going to be more peer-to-peer exchanges of data. You don't need these centralized counterparties to hold all your data in the cloud and do funky stuff with it. So I think now is a great time to really consider what devices you utilize in your daily lives, whether it's your Apple Watch or even your laptop and your phones, right? There's a whole level of security and privacy that we really need to acknowledge here.
A lot of good points. I want to dig in a little bit deeper into kind of the use cases, because I think that's important. I really do. I've always believed that one of the things of IoT, it's a lot of it a little bit too generally, and people kind of need to dive in a bit. When I think about it, one of the things in blockchain I always see is, okay, outside of the financial applications, when you look at things like supply chain, right? Or
Mhm.
we'll deal with a corporate innovation partner from our side, and we'll hear, you know, they want to apply supply chain. And you kind of have all of these elements of trust, right? Where it's like, okay, some lab is signing this paper. Okay, maybe they could sign it with a digital signature. Well, that just because somebody's signing it with a digital signature doesn't mean that it's accurate, right? So
Mhm.
when I look at it, at least, and I want to get your insight, like, in, I think a good example is supply chain. Let's say that product A to B, some pharmaceutical drug needs to be kept at a certain temperature. So rather than someone signing and saying it was kept at the temperature, there's a sensor that's actually validating that, right? So that might be an example of a closed loop where between this sensor and the blockchain, we get even closer to that data being, intamperable. But
Mhm.
when you think about concepts in IoT and blockchain and hard concepts, to really distill it down to the user, what are those like one or two really killer applications that you think will kind of help fuel the IoT blockchain marriage?
Yeah, I think, it's all centered around trust, right? But let's make that more tangible. I think in the context of supply chain, as you're mentioning, right? Let's think about any kind of transaction between two parties that don't necessarily trust each other, right? This fuels the entire world. And there's always someone in the middle, an intermediary, that will establish that trust, right? Whether it's a bank or it's an insurance company that settles disputes between two parties, both people trust this central party, and that's what facilitates the ability for them to resolve their issues, right? So if you think about it in the context of supply chain, what you need is one single tamper-proof entity that can tell the entire group of participants the truth, right? And a lot of people use humans as a proxy for this, but one thing that is really interesting is you can use a tamper-proof device as this kind of source of truth, right? And this is already happening today. I think what we focus on at IoText here is kind of combining this concept of tamper-proof hardware with the concept of a tamper-proof backend that is blockchain, right? Tamper-proof hardware in this sense is something that you use already every single day. You just may not realize it, right? The credit card, the chip on your credit card, that's a piece of secure hardware. The chip in your phone that manages your Face ID and your biometrics and makes sure that never leaks outside of your phone, that's a piece of secure hardware. These things are called secure enclaves. Other words are trusted execution environments. But you should know these are just secure elements that really guarantee the integrity and confidentiality of all the data and processes that are kind of run inside of these things, right? So, for example, one device that we have built in partnership with Nordic Semiconductor actually is called Pebble Tracker. It combines this concept of secure hardware, basically using a trusted execution environment developed by ARM to make sure that all the data that's captured by this device, whether it's GPS location, temperature, humidity, pressure, ambient light, motion vibration, we've jammed a lot of sensors into this device, and it's a great prototyping kit. But the most important thing is every reading that comes from the device is signed and verified inside of that trusted execution environment. So it's verifiable by everybody, it's trusted, right? So you're kind of replacing the role of a human intermediary with devices. And this is gonna form the entire future, right? We daydream about, the Jetsons type of world where there's a lot of, machines talking to humans and robots becoming our butlers. But before we get there, we have to trust that all these devices are doing what we tell them to do or what they're programmed to do. And that's a really important part of where blockchain comes into play too.
Got it. So let's talk about that board for a second. It's the
Mhm.
the IoText Pebble Tracker. I'm looking at it as we're talking. I looked at it a little bit before, but it seems like it's a system on a chip. I mean, you could call it it's not. It doesn't seem Raspberry Pi-ish. More like an Adafruit type board
Mhm. Yeah, so
configuration.
it's basically like it's basically like an AirPods sized tracker. This is not it. These are AirPods. But basically we built this specifically as a prototyping kit, right? We get a lot of interest from enterprises that are looking into asset tracking, right? One great saying that I always hear about, why it's needed to use secure hardware blockchain. We don't recommend every use case to use blockchain and secure hardware, but if you're going to the grocery store, you're probably going to take a normal car, right? But if you're transporting, 10,000 pounds of gold, then you're going to probably use an armored car, and that's or armored truck, and that's exactly what blockchain secure hardware is. It's extra assurance for the things that really matter, right? So whatever asset you're tracking, whether it's 10,000 pounds of gold, or it's your loved ones, right? You want to put a tracker that is not only privacy preserving, but is also fully trusted, right? It's tamper proof. But basically, this board is something that we've developed directly using open source technologies. There's concept of open source hardware today that we're really into. Basically, if you look at all of the devices out there, you may have heard the term jailbreaking before, right? You jailbreak your iPhone so you can use it with any service provider that you want. But the reason why you need to jailbreak it is because all this hardware is closed, it's proprietary. You can't leverage their trusted execution environments to run, special trusted applications within them. So what we've done with this Pebble Tracker is we've opened up that trusted execution environment to be programmed, right? You can run your own processes within this, and it's really bringing the open source software kind of mentality and the ability to innovate very quickly and applying it to the hardware level. And also simultaneously kind of blending the hardware and the software together at the same time. It really presents, I always say that tamper-proof hardware plus tamper-proof blockchain gives you end-to-end trust. And it's something that is very valuable, especially to remove the friction points and kind of reestablishing trust at multiple steps, within supply chain or even within our daily lives.
Got it. And I want to kind of pivot here in a minute, but I want to stick on this board for a second, because I think there's maybe a few interesting elements in the conversation, which are, for everybody that doesn't understand, imagine this board, like you said, it's about the size of AirPods. It's essentially what you call, I think, a system on a chip, right? It might be a slightly different acronym. You have an entire operating system running from it, etc. You're going to write code. You're going to write code very efficiently, because this board won't hold a lot, but it's going to do what it does really well. And then I'm assuming, well, it looks like on this board, you guys have GPS connectivity, cellular connectivity, so that this board knows where it's at. It can talk to networks securely. And then I think on these types of boards, again, for anybody in like the DI, do-it-yourself community or hacker community has maybe played with them. Again, they're I think you could, in the abstract, look at this as a Raspberry Pi or something like that. But on that board, there's then inputs and outputs that people can connect different sensors, for example.
Right. So this comes stock with a lot of sensors, right? So it comes with GPS location. It comes with a Bosch environment sensor, which does temperature, humidity, air pressure, and gas. And it also does motion and vibration using a 6-axis gyroscope, and also it has a light sensor, right? So if you think about what all these metrics mean, right? GPS location is something that's very simple to understand, right?
And that's, and not to interrupt you, but that's what I like to tie together for everyone. So like, give them an example, and let's say there's a student, right? A student's like, okay, maybe I want to get this board and hack on it for a weekend. Give them an example of some things they could build, or like really cool applications you guys have seen.
Yeah, so let's just mix and match some of these metrics together, right? So one thing that people are already building with the GPS location thing, there's a project called HyperAware. There's a group out in London, actually a group of university students led by some great tech leads called London Blockchain Labs. And they basically used Pebble trackers and this trusted GPS data to inform when tolls should be collected on vehicles. So they basically mapped out kind of geospatial zones, polygons on a map. And anytime a vehicle enters or exits, based on that trusted GPS data, they'll charge a toll instead of having to take a picture of the license plate when you enter and exit. So that's something tangible. But let's think of something else, right? I talked about light and humidity and temperature, right? So let's combine those three things. Going back to the supply chain case, right? What light tells you, if you put a Pebble tracker in a package and you open it, that means the light sensor will catch a difference in light, which means your package is open, right? Sometimes you think about how all the fish in the world get shipped across the world today, right? They're not shipping in cardboard Amazon boxes. They're shipping in cold freezers that have to be held below 0 degrees. There was a crazy statistic I heard that I think is 1.6 trillion tons of food, or $1.6 trillion of food, sorry, is wasted every single year just due to, poor infrastructure and lack of ability to track, these types of metrics. So if you know the temperature of your food, you can guarantee that, vaccines or fish or other perishable goods are never perished, right? And that can really protect a lot of people. So when you start to think about, it's not just like a temperature reading, but what we really want to provide to people is we want to give people this data and allow people to write their own business logic on top of it, right? There's a concept in kind of the enterprise space called the service level agreement, right? It's I'm offering you a service and I'm going to guarantee that I deliver that service to the sophistication that I tell you, right? So if I have a service level agreement that says I'm going to keep this fish that's being shipped from Japan under 0 degrees, then without trusted data, then I have no ability to really tell, right? So that's really something that I think is quite interesting with Pebble Tracker. It's getting people the ability to program kind of trusted interactions between parties without the need for an intermediary. All that you have to rely on is the source of truth that both people trust, and it's this tamper-proof device.
Got it. So do you guys kind of look at that board as like a development board for somebody to kind of get onboarded to your platform and start playing with it?
It is a development board because, in the real world, right, enterprises and anyone, they have the need to minimize their costs, right? All these different metrics that we've jammed into this, all these different sensors that we jammed into this device are not needed in production. There's not many use cases out there that would need every single one of those sensors, right? But what this allows people to do is it's kind of like an all-in-one jack of all trades device that can do anything that has to do with those metrics, right? Maybe in the real world, you'll have a tracker that only has the 2 metrics you need. Maybe it's GPS location and temperature. And that's all you need to fulfill a lot of these perishable goods use cases, maybe a light sensor as well. But air pressure, humidity, gas, those are things that maybe, will be deployed in the middle of a forest somewhere so that you can detect forest fires earlier, right? So it's really about finding the specific use case that your devices will apply to. We're really great at doing this in the software world, but in the hardware world, there's a need to kind of fit the hardware to the use case as well. We're already in discussions with some companies that are interested in developing their own types of versions of Pebble Tracker. And the feedback we got is, the things that are important to them are, of course, trusted data is great, but the secondary request is all about battery life, right? There's a lot of sensors out there that, there's some types of sensors that will be streaming data 24/7. A video camera is a great example of that. But there's also sensors out there that will turn on literally once a month, grab a piece of data, transmit it, and go back to sleep. And these things can run on battery for up to 20 years, right? So it's really about the use case, right? It's, do you need that second by second transparency of the environment of this asset? Or do you just need, you're collecting data points throughout a very, very long period of time. So I think fit for purpose, but this board really allows you, this Pebble Tracker really allows you to be experimental and daydream about, different ways that the world can work, going back to, some of the things we talked about earlier.
We could probably talk about this for longer. I don't want to hijack too much of the call, just around this part. There's a few other questions I want to get to. And just to explain to maybe the audience watching right now, for the few thousand students and kind of general blockchain enthusiasts, I think what Larry's describing and why these boards are relevant is, you could go and buy a bunch of parts, solder them together and hook them up and it doesn't work and it takes you 2 weeks and you end up wasting your time. Why these development boards are nice because it includes all the sensors, right? Now, this might not be the thing. Let's say that you come up with some great idea and you want to ship it. You probably wouldn't ship this device, right? So you would then figure out, okay, I've used this sensor, this sensor, this sensor. Then you would go to what they call like a PCB manufacturer and you'd give them some spec and they would print you out the exact final board you want, right? Mm-hmm. But these devices are really good for kind of inspiring use cases and validating use cases. So the last question I have on this, Do you guys offer any kind of promotion or deal for like university students or developers on the board? And you might not. I just genuinely curious.
No, that's definitely what our plan is to do, right? Like this is perfect for the at-home developer, the one that just wants to hack a weekend project. It can get even more sophisticated, right? We're part of this enterprise IoT alliance that just focusing on end product development, and this is what they're using in their use cases as well, right? But one thing I forgot to mention is the blockchain aspect of it, right? What does blockchain have to do with it? So this trusted data from this board is written directly to the blockchain. And that's a very powerful concept. Let me take a little bit of time to explain, right? So if you know that data came from a trusted device and you know that it hasn't been changed after the fact, that's a very pure source of data that doesn't need any type of third party to come in and say, yeah, this is trusted. You can proceed with the next step in your workflow, right? So that's going back to this concept of tamper-proof hardware and tamper-proof blockchain. What we can do is really grab trusted data from the real world and drop it directly into a blockchain smart contract that can then kind of automate and do exactly what it's told there, right? So you're taking the physical, you're instructing the physical world to do exactly what you want it to do in a trusted way, and you're putting that into the digital world via blockchain, where the dApps are trusted and they do exactly what they're trying to do as well, right? It removes all of the ability for people to misuse your data, to manipulate your data, and it's just a very end-to-end trusted type of ecosystem, right? This may be more on the theoretical level. We also do a lot of things with hardware manufacturers. For example, we have this camera, it's called UCam, right? We worked with this security camera manufacturer called Tenvis. They've sold millions of cameras to enterprise, to governments and consumers in the past, but they came to us looking for a new feature, and that's privacy, right? So what we're talking about with Pebble Tracker is on more of the theoretical side of the intersection of blockchain and IoT. But what Pebble Tracker is using blockchain for a very practical purpose today. And that's just to make sure that, this UCam is a fully private home security camera that allows anyone to own their own data. IoTex doesn't have the data. Tenvis doesn't have the data. Corporations sure as hell don't have the data. It's all owned by you. So, this is something that is already, in the hands of a lot of our community. We've been doing beta testing on it, and it should be launching on Amazon as early as June. So, I think what we're really starting to see, IoTex cross over into this world where it's not just about, talking about consensus mechanisms, or it's not just about talking about, deep parts of the protocol. We're starting to see real use cases come out of it. Of course, it's important to optimize all the layers of consensus and the peer-to-peer infrastructure. And we've done a lot of focus on that throughout 2017 through 2019, but now we're really excited to really, unleash these types of things to the world.
Got it. So for all the students listening right now, me and Larry are gonna talk later, and we're gonna try to find a way to make it as easy as possible for any student that's interested in developing on blockchain or has a smart idea between IoT and blockchain specific applications, right? And these are the types of products that you want to get your hand on that really allow you to kind of have a hackathon weekend with your friends, etc., right? And kind of rapidly innovate. And kind of getting those little boards in your hands sometimes is the barrier, right? So I would encourage anyone listening that's kind of a bit of a hobbyist, has a concept, wants to program on it, to look at the products like IoTex, and see if that board makes sense. See if it kind of fits. Do the sensors there? Can you make something in a weekend or a few weeks that kind of inspires you?
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to add one thing. We're really excited to work with Mousebelt on the Education Alliance, right? I think the university audience is exactly the target we want because, you guys are so imaginative, you're so creative, and you guys love to hack together projects, right? So, IoTex has our own kind of developer grants program. We're really looking forward to working with Mousebelt to really, put these devices into the hands of students and really start to see, what people can build with them.
100%. So you and I are going to work on that together. Hey, on the topic of hardware, just because I do think it's essential to this conversation, right? And as mentioned earlier, I've kind of been in it around enough, and I know when you kind of get to enterprise companies, etc., when you start having to suggest to them to switch out their devices, right, or you have to replace hardware, you kind of start to hit roadblocks to adoption. and, you know, I heard what you're saying in regards to the camera stuff. How are you guys viewing, and what progress have you made on, you know, are you looking, are there entire subsets of hardware that are already deployed at scale, either to consumers or enterprise level, where you guys are trying to either write integrations, SDKs, kind of do the heavy lifting for those integrations one time, where then a developer can come back and quickly build on top of the groundwork that you guys have laid? What are your guys' thoughts there?
Yeah, you know, we would love to just retrofit all of the IoT devices in the world and make them run on IoTeX, which would, you know, grant them extra security and extra privacy. But, you know, going back to the thing I was talking about, the need to jailbreak an iPhone, right? This is exactly what big tech does not want you to do. They don't want you to take their devices and be able to plug your own operating systems into them, because that's preventing them from selling more hardware, right? So once the hardware world becomes more open source, you know, imagine you have you know, a corporation in the middle, right? You have users on this side and users and devices on this side. You have people that want to service those users and devices on this side, right? Right now, the corporations sit in the middle and decide who gets to service who, and the fees and the operating structures, and, you know, they have total control over their entire user and developer ecosystem, right? So by taking them out and disintermediating them, which is really the crux of what we're doing with blockchain as a whole and crypto as a whole, right? Then you can start to see, you know, these two sides really form organic relationships, right? If I have a device and I want to kind of mix and match, you know, I want this storage in IPFS, I want this connectivity via something like NKN, I want, you know, this type of compute, you know, just general from, you know, from blockchain infrastructure, you know, you can really start to see all these different kind of services mix and match. Whereas, you know, another way to explain it is, today the IoT is in these giant vertical tech stacks, right? Not only is all the data held within these stacks, but all the money, right? All the control. You know, basically what you know, these really big tech giants have done is they built on top of the open source web 1.0, which includes HTTP and TCP/IP and all these open source protocols. They've built proprietary web 2.0 layers on top of that, you know, are worth trillions of dollars, right? But that's where it stops. You'll never see someone build $1 billion business, let alone $1 trillion business on top of Google, right? That's just not going to happen, because they're driving all the value down to that layer 2. So imagine that layer 2, we crack it, and all the money, all the data is then distributed out to everyone. And then you can start to imagine how to build $1 trillion businesses on top of that. But it starts with kind of taking back our data, taking back our identity as a prerequisite. You know, a lot of people associate owning your data with money, right? That's not necessarily true. You know, there's a lot of things around free will and the ability to make our own decisions without, you know, corporate intervention. And that's what I think data ownership and privacy is really all about, especially when it comes to, you know, our IoT devices. So just some food for thought.
Oh, 100%. I was having a conversation earlier with Dr. Alex Kahana. He's Chief Medical Officer at Consensus Health. And we have a really interesting conversations, you know, around the Fitbits, right? And kind of the evolution of even like healthcare, you know, how people are, you know, they're generating data, kind of feeding back into the system to make the system more efficient. But as that system becomes more efficient, how do they share in that efficiency, right? As these companies save money or cut their costs, you know, how do people start to generate wealth, right, on their own data, right? Rather than, you know, and I think you brought up the point earlier about Google and, you know, Google acquiring Fitbit. One of the interesting things there, I think, is not even to think of it so much as what happens into the future, but when Google acquired Fitbit, what they really acquired was past data, right? Just on the front end. Now, even if you use the Fitbit 5 years ago, right, and while you're using that Fitbit, you might not have ever consented to giving Google your health data, right? But later on, another action then changed that, right? So you might own your data might be saved today, but how does that stop, you know, actions in the future from kind of restricting your privacy, right? And you're not going to get an email that says, hey guys, we figured out this thing based on your health data, which saved us a ton of money. Here's your share of it, right? So yeah, I definitely think there's like some really interesting conversations there. we have about like 6 minutes, and again, I would love to have this conversation for longer. I think that maybe in the next week, as we continue to push on this, there's a few other interesting points I think we'll reach out to you on. But one question I want to ask and get your opinion. Obviously with MIT, very strong technical school, and a lot of students are watching this, right, and kind of trying to help them shape their thought, as they're thinking about their careers or what they want to pursue. It could be data science, CS, how kind of blockchain intersects with that, or maybe IoT as well. We kind of see that there's not a ton of blockchain developers, right? And that's growing, right, as demand, I think, and as adoption grows. And then what's really interesting, I think, about what you guys are doing is there's also not a ton of IoT developers. Like, I don't know that many people that can go into an ARM board at the lowest level compiler, right? And this is pretty unique. And you make it easier with development devices like this board, et cetera, which is how you get adoption. But when you combine those two, how do you guys look at that? Where blockchain is a little bit of a niche still, IoT is still a little bit of a niche. How are you guys kind of thinking about that in regards to attracting and educating developers?
Yeah, I think you hit it right on the head there. I think education is the biggest part of it, right? Educating people not only about how to use the platform that we've built, but also why it matters, right? I think that's something that I personally try to revisit every few months. It's just like, what am I doing now and why does it really matter, right? And again, not to say that innovating on consensus is not like it's deeply important, but to bring this to mass market, we have to do more, right? We have to think about, there's a saying that if you want to replace a product in your life, the replacement has to be 10 times better than the former, or else no one's going to make that decision to change their behavior, change their lifestyle to use this new alternative, right? Maybe we're only 3 times better right now. So how do we not only think about, the decentralization aspect of it, but the user experience side of it, right? How do you think about driving value back to users? And, it's not just done through very complex, mining incentive structures. This is done in the real world, right? So, that's what I recommend all the students out there to really think about is, these are the tools I have. This is my toolkit, but what am I building and what is it for? A lot of the times, we get stuck in how do we make money off of crypto and off of blockchain, but that will come. I think when you build a product that people love and will change their behavior for, it benefits them, it benefits society. The kind of the monetary benefits will come. But I think, starting with the ingoing assumption that I need to build something that makes this solution, I'm not just creating another way to do something. This other way of doing something has to be great, right? It has to be much better than what we're doing today. And I think, that's a fundamental principle we have here at IoTeX, right? Like in the IoT world, it's sometimes important to understand all the things that are going wrong in the IoT world before you propose a solution, right? Like I talk a lot about corporations. Trust me, like I use their services. I think they've progressed the industry farther than I could have ever imagined in the past decade, right? But now we're reaching a really big tipping point where you're starting to see companies like Amazon Ring and the entire fiasco that they had with hackers kind of gaining access, not through sophisticated hacks, they're just walking through the front door with username password breaches, right? You're starting to see Zoom literally lie about having full end-to-end encryption when they actually have client-to-server encryption. These things are things that we can guarantee with technology. We don't have to rely on big tech to really facilitate these things. And I think the more that we as users demand it, and the more we as innovators build alternatives, you're going to start to see this really shift. So my message to all the builders out there is keep that in mind, and good things will come.
Awesome. So, hey, we have about 3 minutes here, and then unfortunately I have to go to my next conversation. But I want to, by the way, how much are those Pebble boards?
So right now, I mean, of course, you manufacture in volume, right? In the thousands, it'll become cheaper, but we're trying to keep it around $50, right? It comes
So
with.
Can someone buy them today?
Not yet. We're still, like you said, when it comes to hardware, right? There's a lot of low-level code that we're still working on at the firmware level. But the hardware is complete, but we're at the stage of making this usable for developers, right? working on the firmware, working on the embedded software development kit that will really allow people to, plug and play this. It's not fun writing low-level C
No
code.
one,
Let me
and for
tell you.
anyone that understands, like what he's saying, like low-level code is, you don't have you can't just put 1,000 lines of code and write it super inefficiently. Like each character you type matters. Like
Exactly. Yeah.
you're gonna be scratching your code to see if you can get rid of 1 or 2 letters in certain circumstances, and
We're trying
that's
to take
important.
that out of the
There's
picture.
low power and low storage. This is the cost of keeping the device cost down.
Exactly. Yeah.
When those are ready, when we can buy some, I'd like to buy maybe 5 or 10. That's for me. I'll send them out to some of the schools.
Of course,
so
of course, yeah.
Let me know. Hey, so in our last minute or two here, again, there's a lot of students listening to this, blockchain clubs, universities all over the world. What would your message to them be, as a 19, 20, 21-year-old student, kind of thinking about their career? How would you advise them, if you could go fast forward, go back in time? How would you be thinking about that? How would you be thinking about blockchain, and what would your advice to them be?
Yeah, when I got out of college, right, I was lucky to have done a lot of great internships in finance, right? And through those internships, I tried a little bit of everything. I never really knew exactly what I wanted to do. And that's why I went into consulting, right? I think that consulting is the catch-all when you don't know what you want to do. But I'm so blessed to have done that, right? I think a lot of people jump in to situations where, I think they don't necessarily see the entire picture, right? I think being an entrepreneur is great, but finding mentors that can really guide you and show you what's happening in the real world with the business world is also very important, right? So I always say that whenever you're doing something, when you're doing a project, even going to school, you may be taking some classes that may not be as relevant, but these are opportunities to learn how to learn, right? I think that's the most important thing that I've done in my life, is just continuously learn different ways to learn. And once you have that, build your own personal skill set. These things are, if you think about the concept of compound interest in money, compounding your knowledge through learning different things and aligning with different people that you really respect and you trust. I think that's the key, right? So don't worry too much about getting that amazing job offer out of college. The world is changing, especially after COVID. I think you're going to see a lot of people starting businesses with zero marginal cost, right? Doing digital goods on the internet. So the world is your oyster. I think just keep that in mind. This is a long-term game. I've been out of school for about 8-10 years now, and it's a constant battle every day. So keep on trucking. You're still early in the process, but the world is bright, and it will be brighter because of your contributions.
All the students listening, listen to Larry. I think you're going to want to take his advice. My final words is I have always been intrigued by IoT and blockchain. I hear so many applications of supply chain. People say they want to put art on the blockchain, right? And I kind of think of it and say, okay, how do you validate it, right? Are you going to put a QR code on it? Okay, well, I can copy a QR code, right? So I think as we start to put physical items on the blockchain, we need a way to validate, right, or interactions, etc. We need a way to validate that those interactions are real, right? And I don't know how else to get there other than a variety of IoT sensors, right? Whether these are ARM boards with a variety of input and output options, RFID sensors, your cell phone, low energy Bluetooth, etc., etc. So again, Larry, I really do wish we could continue this conversation. I have a few ideas maybe for what might be interesting the next week if you have time. But before we head out, any last word you want to say? We have a little under a minute here.
Yeah, final words is, we really enjoy working with Mousebelt and all they're doing. I think, this initiative about bringing together like-minded people at, this time in your lives where, the college experience is really molding yourself, right? Like I came into college a completely different person than I came out of. So, we're looking forward to launching more initiatives and, getting devices in your people's hands, right? I think the experience of holding and seeing a device that is on and you see the data in the dashboard, that really changes the experience for a lot of developers that we currently work with. So keep an open mind, even if you're not a huge blockchain and IoT fan. I think that this is going to be the future. So yeah, much appreciated for the opportunity to chat, and definitely check out IoTex.
Likewise, you guys will see all their other links below. We got to run. Larry, it was very nice talking with you. Again, want to continue this conversation. Everybody, make sure to check it out. And we're going to be getting back to you here shortly with our next conversation. It was very nice talking with you, Larry, and you have a great day.
You too.
Genius. Yeah, Coin Bros. Let you gang. Hey, yo, John, how the hell I get this damn antivirus off my PC, dog? Yeah. Woo! What you know about the streets? What you know about beliefs? What you know about faking your own heart attack just to ditch the police? Cardiac. What you know about privacy? I got a bad bitch on side of me. I got the FBI eyeing me. See you. All of these hackers are trying me. Trying to get them a peek. Trying to get all on my Twitter for that coin of the week. I got China trying to ban every time that I speak. And now we got Trump. Bet you wish you voted for me. I got an arsenal, a bunch of big guns, drugs, and some cars to pull. Cars, hoes with the crypto paid in full. A bunch of hating motherfuckers writing articles about McAfee, John. McAfee, John. McAfee, John. Don't fuck with my dogs, Woo! Crypto flipping, woo! In the lab just mixing, woo! You gon' see my vision, got hoes shooting at me and they just keep missing. McAfee, John. McAfee, John. McAfee, John. Don't fuck with my dogs, Woo! Crypto flipping, woo! In the lab just mixing, woo! You gon' see my vision, got hoes shooting at me and they just keep missing. Woo!
Some people think I'm psychotic. I'm riding something exotic. I got no need for a rubber. I'm whipping up antibiotics. I only fuck with the crypto. I got no need for a pocket. Bitcoin 2020, a milli. I hope that you bought it. Sitting in the tub, got my girl pouring bath salt. Picking ICOs, it's a motherfucking cash fall. Riding the Bentley, burning asphalt. Hating on my Twitter, get a motherfucking blackball. Living like McAfee, John. McAfee, John. McAfee, John. Don't fuck with my dogs, Woo! Crypto flipping, woo! In the lab just mixing, woo! You gon' see my vision, got hoes shooting at me and they just keep missing. McAfee, John. McAfee, John. McAfee, John. Don't fuck with my dogs, Woo! Crypto flipping, woo! In the lab just mixing, woo! You gon' see my vision, got hoes shooting at me and they just keep missing. McAfee, John. McAfee, John. McAfee, John. Don't fuck with my dogs, Crypto flipping, in the lab just mixing. You gon' see my vision, got hoes shooting at me and they just keep missing. McAfee. Don't fuck with my dogs,
In a world full of ICO scams, vaporware, and Ponzi schemes, we wish to remember those who have passed on. Rest in peace, dear friends.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard, but we're here to give you some important tips. The Bitcoin halving will always give you two. How do you think we got here?
Hi, my name is Bruno. I'm from the technical education team at the Web3 Foundation, and I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
So, hey, it's Patrick McLean here. I'm one of the hosts of Reimagine 2020. I am sitting here with Bruno Schwartz. He might kill me for butchering that. Bruno is part of the education team at Web3, and definitely happy to be sitting here with him. I think you guys are going to enjoy this conversation. Bruno, do you mind introducing yourself?
Sure. So I'm a technical educator at the Web3 Foundation right now, and that, as you might know, is the organization behind the upcoming Polkadot network that's launching soon. Previously, I was a web developer before I transitioned to Ethereum full-time in 2015. I've worked on Ethereum 2.0 for a while at the Status company, and then transitioned to Web3, where I now basically teach people how to use our technology, come up with proofs of concept that basically intrigue other developers to develop on our technology, and explain what we've developed or researched to people who might not be familiar with the technology. So that's basically the technical education part there. Also, we maintain the wiki, which is the most comprehensive resource about all of this that you can possibly read, so I highly recommend it.
Got it. Yeah, and obviously education is important to us. You know, as you and I were talking about before we started this call, right? Our group and kind of the people throwing these comments have always believed in education. When we look at blockchain, it's very hard to get to the next hurdles, right? I think some people are under the assumption that this technology is easy to build. We kind of take a view that it's not, right? It's not going to come overnight. And anyone that, you can go to many chat rooms or blogs that they jump on the new bandwagon, or they think the old guard is horrible. We tend to believe that there's a lot of work that's going to need to go in the next decade to really support it. So definitely interesting to get your perspective throughout this conversation. Is it safe to say, would you describe yourself as pretty technical? Like on a scale of 1 to 10, you'd give yourself a...
Yeah, I'd go for an 8 or 9, I guess.
8 or 9. So you're very technical, right?
Yeah.
So, and you mentioned a little bit earlier, you're a web developer, and obviously your past experiences kind of led you at some point to blockchain. Do you mind talking about that a bit? Like what did that look like in your past that kind of led you to now?
Yeah, sure. So I was doing web development because I always wanted to develop things, and it was just the quickest way to ship things. And I was never interested in the low-level things because it just took too long. So I was always chasing that fast high of being able to ship something overnight and develop prototypes really, really rapidly. I actually started as a Flash developer, as an ActionScript dev way back in 2010 or something, because this company needed me to build them a PDF reader in Flash, and that's where I got interested in all of this stuff. But it was always the ship fast thing that drew me in there. I had heard of Bitcoin before, but it wasn't really impressive to me. So I kind of ignored it until 2015, when I actually needed to buy some to invest in Ethereum. And Ethereum grabbed my attention because the story it told kind of resonated. I'm from Croatia, and like just 30 years ago, the only source of information my parents had was a state-sanctioned TV, state-sanctioned radio, and state-sanctioned newspaper, basically. With no internet, with no widespread internet like it is today, there was really no way for them to get up-to-date information on like global things. And I've seen that trend reemerge after the various crises that gripped the world in the early 2010s. And I saw different countries unexpectedly fall into some sort of chaos, whether it was riots due to some economic strife or hyperinflation. Things started developing there that didn't really feel good. But I also noticed that there were some governments that were very bent on silencing, like just generally conversations about things that didn't like elections were getting silenced in Iran. Suddenly communication channels disappeared. So that's where my passion for the ability to send a message anywhere to anyone at any time came from. So that's why I entered the blockchain space, because I saw that as kind of an opportunity to look, like a message can be a transaction, like finance, it can be just a hello, or it can be a piece of content that somebody doesn't want you to see, like the Chinese firewall blocks. So just the ability to send and receive messages anywhere at any time from anyone to anyone without being censorable, without being stoppable, that kind of drove me to Ethereum. And that's when I started developing these educational resources for Ethereum, basically, and what kept me enthralled all these years.
Got it. So when you talk about educational resources specifically, how do you view the current talent pool in blockchain? Like, what would you say, like, the state of the talent pool is, and how are we doing attracting new talent?
Well, when I started as I was coming from the Web 2.0 world, I noticed that all of my peers in the Web 2.0 world were absolutely clueless about how to even get started with blockchain. So that was my first foray into education, getting Web 2.0 devs to understand what the advantages of this system are, or at least how to easily build on this system. And it was not easy to build on this system back then. The problem was, and still is in a large degree, that there's just no use case that would convince these developers that they need the blockchain. And that's why they don't even bother getting over this hump. You can very often see Web 2.0 developers willing to spend days trying to configure the newest JavaScript package manager and framework to work so that they can finally get their new static website built and hosted on Amazon. But they will not spend 3 or 4 hours getting familiar with the basics of blockchain technology and how to deploy a decentralized website on IPFS and verify submissions to that website on Ethereum smart contract, for example, because they just don't see this need. And when they do see this need, it's often already too late. It's a big problem that we can only defeat if we dramatically improve the user experience and the developer experience of these tools that are at our disposal. So Solidity, the smart contract language on Ethereum, just recently got the ability to give you proper output messages for failed transactions, and that's something that's just unexplainable to a Web 2.0 developer who can put breakpoints at any point in the code and find out exactly what's going on. We need to dramatically improve the developer experience because the usage examples that we have out there are not appealing enough to the standard developer who's used to deploying on cloud and Kubernetes, on Docker machines across Amazon Web Services and so on. So the appeal is just not there. So we have to make the ease of use the primary driver there, I think.
Got it. So, and I think that kind of leads me to one of my next questions that I have for you, which I think is very relevant to like what you just brought up. And again, as we were talking earlier, you might not have known, you know, our team has had developers for a long time. So I've kind of watched that. I'm a bit technical, but I'm not the one in the trenches every day now. So I know enough about it. And if I go back 2.5 years ago, I was watching, it was kind of the question, like, why isn't there blockchain developers, right? And I almost started writing out on a piece of paper, okay, if I'm a kid getting out of college, what is my dream job? I'm a CS major, data science, and I'm an engineer, and I'm getting out of college. What's my dream job, right? Maybe today my dream job is Google or Facebook or Amazon, et cetera, right? And you say, okay, what are the metrics that are kind of define success for these jobs, right? So it would be making faster applications, right? Shaving milliseconds off of time, finding ways to be profitable, right? Or to benefit off of user data, right? Or monetize user data, right? So you kind of go down this list and then you compare it to blockchain and it kind of, and I'm missing a few, but it kind of like blockchain applications are not always going to be the fastest, right? Like by inherently, you know, they're designed maybe to be a little slower yet decentralized, and they have other benefits, right? Maybe in some cases less easy to monetize, right? As user data is obfuscated, et cetera. You know, so it kind of came down to what would the perks be? Like what would the driver be for an engineer to really get, because if it wasn't money, right? If it wasn't, you know, I guess if you go back to like early to mid 2018, there was such a shortage of blockchain developers that I think in enough money around that people could have gotten paid anything, right? Like a lot of Silicon Valley elite could have jumped ship and made, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 that year, but you weren't seeing this migration, right? And I've kind of floated in that world enough to know it. So the last point I could get to was, it was almost morals, right? To a certain extent. I mean, you could in the traditional way that people were thinking of applications, it didn't really check many of the boxes, but it's if you wanted a decentralized world, if you wanted a world where maybe your kids 20 years from now weren't beholden to companies owning their data, et cetera, these would end up being the benefits, right? So I'd always kind of seen it as something that it wasn't going to happen overnight, right? And it wasn't super easy to quantify, right, to them on the front end. So on one half, I kind of see that there's just this general, either developers are for the cause or not for the cause, right? And then most people are probably for their bank accounts and for like they start having kids and right, they have bigger things to worry about. So we're probably not going to solve this on the phone call, but we'd like to hear your thoughts. But on the other side that you brought up, how do we make it easier for developers, right? So I know, again, if you go back to 2017, 2018, like logging was a big issue, right? Just general development tools that people had available in almost every other technology stack was not available in blockchain. And probably because it was happening so quickly, you could say. And, so I guess, how have we done the last maybe 2 years, right? And maybe the last 6 months, what do you see there? Are we really building things for developers? What are the roadblocks? Things like Infura that allow people to quickly, spin things up without having to host entire nodes. Where are we at, and where do you kind of see it going? What are some things you think the community could do to help?
Well, there are two aspects to this that you talked about just now about developers getting into blockchain. So one is definitely the morals of it all, and how developers, like in the height of it in 2017, everybody saw it, like even most of the people who were in the industry saw it as a bubble. And a lot of people were afraid to get in because they knew it would burst. If you quit your, lower end 6-figure job to work for $300K for that year for a blockchain company, there's a high chance that company is not going to exist the next year. And then you might have burned a bridge that was really comfortable and good. So there were a lot of people who were afraid of this temporary just speed flash of like this fast burn of this industry. But the other aspect is that we actually we don't have many developers coming in because it cannot be easy. In 2017, in order to be a blockchain developer, everybody and their dog called themselves a blockchain developer in 2017 because all you did was launch ICOs. But then what happened was we actually got real blockchain developers working on important stuff. And I've worked, like in the past few years, I've worked with more than a few 10x developers, the mythical 10x developers in some of these teams. And the way I see is the people that work on this stuff, especially at the Web3 Foundation, when I compare this output, their output of code at parity that they're producing, that is a scary amount of really magical code. That's something that is not easy to accomplish, that level of expertise. So most people are just not capable of doing both of those things, both shifting their mindset to the blockchain.
Do you mind elaborating a little bit, like when you call it magical code, like what do you think is magical about it? And not everybody watching this might be technical, so as layman as possible.
Yeah, sure. So what I mean is the amount and quality at the same time that immediately get applied to a live network and don't break things. So this is 50 developers working on the code base of a blockchain that's running and that's real, that has real economical value. They make these updates that are gargantuan in size, so hundreds of lines of code at a time, and they all are intimately aware of each other's work. They all verify it, and when they commit it to the blockchain and upload it, and when it gets voted in, because there's a system for changing the code of the blockchain on the chain itself. So when it's voted in and applied, it works like almost flawlessly every time. So it's you have to have a certain mindset there. It's not just the skill; it's also the mental resolve to be comfortable with the fact that if you make a really big mistake, you cost a lot of people a lot of money. And that's not something that you learn as a skill. That's not something you can learn in a book or through experience that you will just, practice and then you'll get used to losing people's money. You have to be comfortable with the fact that you are either the best in the industry, like among the very best in the industry, and this won't happen to you. Or if it does, it means that it would have happened to all of the other best people there, and it's going to be understandable. So it's a mental barrier as much as a skill or demand barrier.
I've always actually been intrigued, like what you were just mentioning, the tools that allow people to kind of collaborate on code remotely, right, in a unified way. So we can call it Git repositories, etc. But actually the same principles that kind of apply to Git repositories, etc., that kind of transpose over to blockchain, right? It's in a lot of ways, it's a decentralized system where people are suggesting many changes. There's a master of truth or a master of validation. So I've always kind of laughed at those connections, but I think it's understated for people that haven't worked in a team of devs, right? You can have a team of developers that are just sending code in a Dropbox folder, right? And then you kind of transpose to a world where everybody is, committing code, doing pull requests, QAing it, right? And in kind of a harmony where nothing gets pushed to the master branch without a certain level of validation, right? And especially on projects that are so public, right? That's how people kind of make their name, where it's, if you make a big mistake, you can never hide from it, right? Like you're glued to it for eternity. Now, this is not to say that other people aren't. Hindsight's 2020. Like everyone else could QA it, look at it, never see an issue, and then you might still get blamed if you're the one that wrote it, even if they couldn't find it themselves. But are there any other tools you think that really are detrimental to kind of the growth here? I mean, and I'll just give you an example. Like when we think about hackathons, right? It's what are the barriers you lower to just allow anyone at a hackathon to spin up quickly without having to do a lot of headache, or someone writing an application, right? Like what are these barriers being dropped on a daily basis that kind of lead to faster adoption?
Yeah, so that's like I personally don't favor React.js, and I don't use it. I don't like it. But the fact remains that it has dramatically lowered the barrier to entry, especially on hackathons, because almost every template these days that you can start from is based on React. So templates in general are the godsend for hackathons, because people can just start focusing on the logic of their product. The other thing is stuff like you mentioned, Infura. Well, Infura is indeed kind of harmful for the decentralization of an ecosystem. It is extremely, extremely practical for hackathons because you don't need a local node and you don't need to bother with it. That does have its downsides in the real world, because that convenience from a hackathon can transfer itself to production in way too many cases. But it's something that, for example, like at the Web3 Foundation, we've worked on really hard to build templates that kind of keep this decentralization ethos alive. We have these virtual machine playgrounds online that you can get started with. We have node templates for actual blockchain nodes that you can download and run on your computer. You're up and running with a system that works, that's ready to be deployed to other computers, even with a sample blockchain, in under an hour, and you can just focus on your logic. So I think the tools that we need to work on more are by far the templates and getting started packages, and on the other hand, documentation on how to implement everything that people have implemented before or could implement. So examples of that, so that people could reverse engineer and get to work on. One of the stellar examples that I was also very sad to find out that it was like basically shut down, but actually passed on to another company, was the Crypto Zombies tutorial from Loom Network, and that was one of the greatest entry points for new Solidity developers who wanted to start building their CryptoKitties clones. It explained everything from random attribute generation to trading cards and smart contracts to various collectible tokens and so on hands-on examples that you would actually deploy and end up with a usable result. And that's the stuff we need. We need interactive education. We need interactive tutorials. We need in-depth recipes. And I think we're actually doing a great job at it. The bear market has shaken out all of these speculating types and the ICO developers. And now all that's left are either the experts who are building the low-level infrastructure, or the experts who are building the high-level stuff, the tools, documentation, and everything that helps the level, like the level 0 developers or the protocol developers, the chain developers, the engine developers, and then there's the level 1 developers who are building the user land-facing stuff, so the dApps, the UIs, and so on.
Got it. By the way, I think a hurricane just started around my house, so if anybody can hear that, I apologize. I really enjoyed this conversation. These are things that I think we've thought about for a long time and kind of interest us. I have one more question around this part, and then I think there's a few other points that we should hit on. One thing that I'm curious your thoughts on. So when you think about application development in blockchain, or when you think about someone building an application and let's say they have an idea for an application, they think it may or may not should go on blockchain, or let's say it's an enterprise company thinking about rolling out a pilot. I find, and I believe that if we look at adoption, it's been pretty slow. What are your thoughts? I mean, just yes or no, or am I crazy? Would you say adoption's faster than you expected in blockchain, or slower, or about right there?
No, it's way slower than it should have been.
All right. So, okay, and I agree. So if we take that premise, right, I tend to talk to like various enterprises, whoever, right, where I'm kind of looking at between why. And in one hand, I see all of these platforms, right, where I think for the last 2 years have put their resources or try to put their resources with companies who at scale, so let's just say enterprises, could be supply chain or distributor or bank or whoever, where they kind of started in pilots, let's say 2018 or 2019, and then for a variety of reasons. So maybe the internal evangelist at X company went away, or some enterprise company was late to a coalition that they didn't have control of, right? So their interests weren't at heart. Or that each time, or it was hard to sell internal use cases of blockchain, right? Like they had to go and sell it to upper management, which is, it kind of left with a world where a bunch of platforms were trying to do pilots, a bunch of enterprise companies were trying to work with them on it, and then that kind of phased out, right? So now I'm coming back and looking at it, and what I see is a lot of the platforms, they're disillusioned now. Like they're like, we tried that with X company and Y company, right? So, and then on the other half, you have the enterprises that are like, yeah, we've done some blockchain pilots, but now we want to think about it differently, right? Not as so much of a novelty. I kind of see a lot of enterprise companies kind of just defaulting to Fabric or Hyperledger because of that, right? And so here's my question. And you brought up like CryptoKitties, so I think it's a good example. Right, like when CryptoKitties came out, it crashed, right, or broke Ethereum. Right, so I've always had a question like, what if it wasn't just running on Ethereum? What if CryptoKitties simultaneously was running on Tron, was running on Neo, right, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then I kind of look back to like the smartphone market, where, you know, Apple 2007, 2008, 2009, right? Then the App Store came out, and then the Android devices start to come out. The first one's pretty much shit, right? And then it gets a little better. And now Android phones are pretty good. But people were not migrating to them in bulk because when they went to the Play Store versus the App Store, they couldn't find Instagram at first. They couldn't find Fruit Ninja, right? So Google had to start basically paying developers, right, to write their applications for their platform. Now, I think if you look back in the last 10 plus years, there's an explosion of applications on mobile platforms. I don't have the stats in front of me. I would guess it's probably like maybe 20 to 30% of applications on mobile across iOS and Android are probably written natively, right? And then maybe 60, 70% are cross-platform compilers, right? So the Xamarin's, the PhoneGaps, the Corona SDKs, et cetera, or the Unities, where you write the code once, and then when you go to build a file, it will build it for X platform, Y platform. Do you see any future for that in blockchain where people shouldn't necessarily, they should write their applications the same way they're writing their applications? And then when it comes to choosing a blockchain, there's enough similarities. I mean, maybe call it 85% that are cover most use cases. And then obviously there's edge cases where, you could have an API, SDK, et cetera, where you just say deploy to blockchain and it kind of fits those parameters. Do you see any future for that in this ecosystem?
Well, the scenario you're describing, it would require these blockchains to share the logic to a large degree. So what the state transition function of these blockchains would have to be almost identical to support the code that needs to be run, and to make sure that the code runs identically across both of those or several of those chains. I don't think several identical chains make sense or will even survive. So any chain that really tries to be another chain but better will die if it doesn't, shift its priorities and add something truly unique to it. That is why we didn't really with Polkadot, we didn't compete with existing chains. We're not competing with existing chains. We're building a bridge for all of these chains to talk to each other. And through that method, what you're talking about becomes possible. Because with Polkadot, you get all of these. Polkadot has a relay chain at the center, which controls all of the other chains that connect to it. It gives them finality. It allows them to proceed with their block production. But all of the other chains that connect to this main chain, so these shards, they're heterogeneous, so they can be different from each other, and that's the unique aspect there. These chains can be as different as fire and water. It doesn't matter. They will be able to talk to each other through Polkadot, and that's how you get interoperability between chains while keeping this shared security. You get cross-chain composability without any real sacrifices. And so the Ethereum community admittedly has an enormous development ecosystem. It didn't really bleed over into Web 2.0 as much as everybody wanted it to, but I'm sure it will eventually as the tools mature. But there's, like, for example, there's a lot of money in Bitcoin, and you can't really do anything with Bitcoin, right? So with Polkadot, what you get is the ability to pull Bitcoin into Ethereum's DeFi ecosystem without making trust trade-offs. You don't need a centralized custodian to keep your Bitcoins and to mint your tokens on Ethereum, or somebody to burn your tokens and then to reliably release your Bitcoin. And with that method, you get the scaling approach that you need. So in this scenario, if CryptoKitties came out, CryptoKitties could be a specialized blockchain for kitties that's really, really optimized to process only cat transactions. But the CryptoKitties, the great CryptoKitties network clog was due to the fact that every transaction in the system was being processed by the same people. So it didn't matter which priority you had. So the people who were trying to get their hands on Ether to play CryptoKitties were being processed by the same people already playing CryptoKitties, and these were being processed by the same people who were doing everything else on the chain. So if somebody bought a chewing gum for 50 Gwei somewhere in Africa on Ethereum, that same transaction was processed by the same people who were processing all of the other stuff. And there's no optimization you can squeeze out of this. You can hope that the block size will increase with demand, and it did, but it didn't increase fast enough. And of course, we saw those incredible gas spikes that we had to pay to get even simple transactions through. But if you have an application-specific blockchain that does kitties really, really well, and only kitties, then every kitties player can play on that chain, and those transactions will not bother the rest of the chain. Only the final outcome, if you want to pull it out into any other chain or any other system, then will you transmit that message and interact with another chain. But your interactions are encapsulated on that one chain that is still secured by the central relay chain. That's kind of how you can accomplish this, how you can avoid these problems in the future. Yeah.
So you're telling me it's not easy.
It is not easy.
Yeah, I believe this. I mean, I do. I think there's a general conception that we should have built this feature already, and I don't think people truly understand how hard it is to write an application that is served decentralized manner, timely sync, and at the end of the day, everything balances out. Like, it's more work than people understand. Hey, I feel like we could probably have this conversation for 2 more hours. We probably have about 14 more minutes. And I have to welcome the next guest. But a few of the things, and you kind of hit on them with what, talking a bit about Polkadot. Could you share, what's the Web3 vision? Some of the things like mergers of blockchain and Polkadot. Do you mind kind of expanding for the audience a bit what that kind of looks like from your guys' side?
Yeah, sure. So the thing I mentioned at the beginning, like the sending of messages anywhere, anytime to anybody, that's basically what Web 3.0 is. And that's what we want to accomplish with Polkadot. So Polkadot has this main relay chain on which there are validators. It's a proof of stake chain. You can become a validator on this chain, and then you will be producing the blocks. And everybody else who has the DOT tokens will be able to nominate you and earn their kind of share of this validation proceeds through you. Nominators nominators will kind of back a validator to get them higher in the order of validators, and the system is optimized to make sure that the most possible dots are locked in the staking system at any given time to give a lot of economic security to the entire chain. And these chains that connect to the Polkadot relay chain, so these parachains, parallel chains, the relay chain is aware of their runtime. It is aware of what they need to go from block to block. And it will let them do that or not let them do that. So it controls this state transition validation function for them. They will send their block candidates to this relay chain. The relay chain will either say yes or no. And what the big deal about this is that every chain, every chain is as strong as the entire system, because there's one chain with one economic set of tokens locked in the staking system. That chain is giving this shared security to all the connected chains. So you can't really reverse one single chain and make a mess across multiple chains who were depending on data from that chain. That is the vision of Polkadot, basically. This connected chain future, and these chains, they can be as custom as you want it to be. So if I build, for example, a computer game, and my save file for the computer game says at one point this character has this much gold, these potions, and this armor, and then in another point in time the save game file says now he has this much coins, this many potions, and so on. If I build a function that translates one state of this save file to another state of this file in a way that this Polkadot relay chain can understand, and there are specific rules for that are defined in the specification. If I write it that way, the save point file transitions, then even my game can become a parachain. It doesn't matter that it's not a blockchain. So you don't have to have a blockchain to connect to Polkadot. You have to have this state transition function that is required by Polkadot, and Polkadot will help you secure any application that you connect to it that way. And that's what we're basically building there, a connected web of blockchains that can talk to each other. They can be as unrelated as you want or as similar as you want them to be. Like in the example before, so Ethereum and Bitcoin can basically talk through Polkadot, send messages to each other, and you essentially get the ability to send Bitcoin to Ethereum through this, or these Bitcoin tokens from Ethereum back to Bitcoin. And to test all of this, so it's not just research and ideas. We actually deployed all of this software live last year on the Kusama network. And the Kusama network is like a crazy cousin, like a canary network for Polkadot. It's an experimental network where we deploy all the code first and see how it works. It's not a test net. It has real economic value. People are staking there and earning the tokens for their stake. And all of the features that will end up in Polkadot, plus some extras, are already available and in production in Kusama. For example, you have on-chain governance, where if you want to change the code of the chain itself, you vote for that change in this democratic ballot, in this democratic interface. And when this decision is voted on, it will be automatically applied to the chain. And that's another advantage of these of the Polkadot ecosystem. So the company that's building it, Parity, has built a lot of blockchains in the past, right? And they always did it from scratch. Like they built the networking layer, the database layer, all of these layers that they take months when you're building your own blockchain. So they abstracted that away and they built a framework, again, a template that you can build your blockchain on. And this is called Substrate. And if you download Substrate today and you compile it, you basically have a blockchain node. You can share it with your friends. If they connect, if they load it up, and if your nodes find each other, you have a blockchain. And that's done in like 5 minutes after you compile. It's really a piece of cake. And then this node, this template, this framework has the ability, like it lets you build your application logic, your chain-specific logic on top of it. And then when you compile that, you have your custom blockchain. And then you can connect that custom blockchain to Polkadot, or in this case to Kusama. So we have this starter kit for everybody. And if somebody wanted to build CryptoKitties for this ecosystem, they can already. And in fact, we do have a tutorial that builds CryptoKitties on Substrate. So you just download this node, you write some code, like 100 lines of Rust code. It's compiled, you deploy it, you send it to people who want to run your node, and suddenly you have a blockchain that powers a dedicated version of the CryptoKitties on this separate blockchain. Yeah, and that's kind of the vision there.
Well, I understand like 40% of what you say, and I'm pretty technical. I imagine like other people can't, and then a lot of other people probably really can understand it. And I only say that as a compliment. Like, so maybe let's, for our last few minutes, like, I want to hear your thoughts on like distilling that down. Like, throw out all your engineering knowledge. Like, if you go out. If you go back maybe 5 years and you go out the next 5 years, not in technical terms, I guess slightly, we require developers to kind of build this feature, right? So there's some precautions they want to take. Obviously, there's like adoption from the public, et cetera, who are probably not going to be technical. What do you kind of see that future looking like? What do you think maybe a few of the mistakes we made in the past are? Do you think we're solving those or stepping into worse mistakes over the next 5 years? And what would you say are the 1, 2, 3 things that if you were the overlord of blockchain that you would implement and that you think would, if you could have the perfect world, what would it look like?
The perfect world. Well, in a perfect world, everybody would be running their own node. It would be trivial and easy to get started with this. You would literally just download a file, click it, and your node would be running. Nobody would be relying on cloud services, and no centralized outage would disrupt anybody's workday or life in any way, because we would all be running decentralized websites and decentralized infrastructure for those websites to read data from. So my ideal world of blockchains is a world where content is stored on IPFS, which is the interplanetary file system, where it is accessed and verified through various blockchains that connect to it, and where everybody is running their own version of this at home. I'm personally running a few nodes at home of different blockchains, and those are running on small, like this yay big devices that spend 6 watts of power. So that's a trivial expenditure of energy and bandwidth for basically infinite access to the world computer. And I think more people should do that. And I think we're not doing enough to forward this adoption aspect, that people should really run their own infrastructure in this way. That is one of the things that we also want to accomplish.
And not to interrupt you, but do you see like low powered devices? I mean, if you say 6 watts, or we might consider a cell phone. I mean, do you see those kind of as the future of decentralization? I mean, I do. I imagine every night half of the world is sleeping while the other half is not. And their devices, their phones are plugged into the wall, and they could run you see this in like Boink from Berkeley, or cancer models, right? Where you have kind of what do you call it? When a bear hibernating devices, and what power they can do. Obviously power is always comes to be like the end cost if there's like a cost factor, but do you see low power devices kind of having a future there?
Not as blockchain nodes, no. Not in the current state of blockchain nodes. Blockchain nodes need a really high amount of input-output rights, so they really put some strain on your hard drive. And that hard drive in mobile phones is just a digital card. And that card is going to wear out with thousands of read writes that a blockchain needs per day, that a blockchain node needs per day. Another problem is that GSM connections often do quality of service checks on the packets that your node, that your connection is sending. And if that's not video streaming or gaming, it's going to downgrade it because it doesn't see it as kind of a high priority. So you need to mask that traffic or do something with it. And yet another problem is that when a phone hibernates, it breaks all long-lasting connections. So when you come back online, it has to reestablish those and find its peers, other nodes in the network. And that can be problematic because a lot of networks have a reputation score, which basically flags your node, your device, as a bad guy because it disconnects often and doesn't really provide any utility to the network. But low power devices like phones that do go offline often and so on, they can be good hosts for stateless or light nodes. So nodes that don't do actual work on the chain, but do read from the chain. So they can be your gateway to the blockchain data and serve you data from the blockchain. I don't think they're going to be useful in decentralizing the blockchain infrastructure. For that, people are going to have to be running some kind of service on an always-on device, or generally low-power devices like Raspberry Pis and stuff like that. So things you can just plug in and hide behind a closet and forget about, but that still need dedicated access to power and bandwidth.
Got it. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting what happens the next few years. Something tells me I can't believe that we can't figure this out on like ARM-based devices, etc. And I understand what you're saying on read-write. You know, when you go to like eMCC stuff or solid-state drives, etc. I mean, there's a lot of override of what's going on, right? And even when you think about it in a hardware element, how long can this hardware survive? But hey, we have about 2 minutes here. As I mentioned earlier, I really enjoyed this conversation. I think we should continue. And next week we are forming some additional panels and stuff. I would like to have you on as well. But hey, in the last 2 minutes, what would you tell some of the 19, 20, 21-year-old students in CS degrees right now who are, you know, watching this from like 100 universities and looking for advice about how they want to approach blockchain? But what advice would you give them in a minute or two?
Don't chase money. You can probably make more money being a regular developer if you're really good at it. And I know I did when I was a web developer. Don't chase money, but think about what you're taking for granted and what you have right now. The ability to watch this video and to not be prevented by anybody from seeing this content is something you're taking for granted, and something that a lot of people in the world do not have because they don't have the infrastructure or they don't have the permission of an entity that is above them. Don't take things for granted, basically. Think about what you can do to improve this infrastructure and to make the world more decentralized. You're not helping information disseminate throughout the world if you're hosting everything you do on Amazon Web Services. You are helping if you help other people develop their own services and if you run the infrastructure yourself. So I would say dive in deep into why we're doing what we're doing. Try and see that you can lose everything you've been taking for granted at the drop of a hat if something goes wrong at the highest levels of your government or environment. And just think about how much more resilient you can make the internet at large and how much more decentralized and censorship resistant you can make it through your efforts.
You heard it there, kids. Listen to this guy. I think he's a smart developer. You might want to check him up online, and maybe tweet at him. We'll share some of that info later. And before we leave here, I'll say one last thing. Like, what's always inspired me, like when we started helping colleges, right? It was like, let's make an accelerator. What's a good funnel for talent, early stage talent? Let's help colleges, right? And not in an unselfish way. Just let's help breed blockchain, and then 1, 2, 3 years later, let's see what the outcome was. And I remember being shocked, right? Because it's like, I'm kind of in the industry, and, you know, a lot of my partners or people I deal with, they're, you know, whatever a veteran is in blockchain, say 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you know, there's a lot of pessimism, right? It's like they went through the ICO world. They're like, oh, like scams or this or that. And then you get on the call with like 40, 20-year-old CS majors, and they didn't get scammed in ICOs, right? So like they're like, I'm gonna build an application, and I want it to be on blockchain. Or like, why am I not going to build my application on blockchain? So it's something I always try to tell people, because I really do feel like what we do at Mousepell is unique in the fact that we get to talk to so many students. It's like the one thing I'm trying to explain to people. I'm like, I know where the future of blockchain is. It's like all of these kids who do not know that they can't do it, basically. And they're just like, this is cool, right? Like, yeah, I'm just going to build a decentralized application. And then I'll transition to 30-plus-year-old person who's been in blockchain for a while. You know, there's pest. Oh, I've seen this project and that project, right? It's just, there's a beauty in a clean slate, right? And that's, again, appreciate your time here. And I think a lot of people will enjoy this conversation, and, you know, we'll love to expand it and even show you more about what's going on. And you know, obviously you have an education focus. So we kind of share that vision, and, you know, we won't get anywhere without the smart people to make this thing happen. So as much as we can do to build that, we're all for it. So any last words before we hop off?
Just, you know, explore. Go to kusama.network or polkadot.network. Check out what we have. If you want to start developing, just hop on to substrate.io. There's a bunch of tutorials there. You'll be running your own custom blockchain in 2 hours. Experiment with what's possible, and don't be afraid, and don't think it's only for scams or quick money. Really think about the infrastructure that you're building with this new technology.
It's the future. Some of the links that he just mentioned will be included in this video, and you guys will see them. So just go check out Polkadot. I think read up about Bruno. It's been very nice to talk to you, honestly. I think next week maybe we can even continue the conversation if you have a bit more time.
Sure, I'd love to. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, hey, definitely appreciate your time, and we look forward to talking to you again.
Thank you. Yeah.
Reimagine 2020 is brought to you by Exit Scam. This is a fraudulent practice in which the project collects money during or after the ICO, and then its team simply evaporates. Ah!
At the same time, the company promotes a lot and actively, and for some time demonstrates activity. It's worth noting that often PR managers and even developers do not know that they are involved in creating a fraudulent scheme. Ooh.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Yeah. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. I know. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. But I didn't. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Yeah. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Fuck, I shouldn't have done that. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but now I'm broke. And my brother hit me up on the phone, sparked my interest. What up, bro? Told me to quit my job, I should invest. I'ma do it. Told my boss I ain't coming back, just to impress my co-workers. Did my brother just fuck me over? Is that incest? Weird. 1% daily I was getting back. Already lost all my ether on the parody hack. Now my girl's all stressed, so I told her relax. I'm just waiting on Mount Gox to mail me back. Still waiting. All these motherfucking scams got me saying, damn.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, so when I had the chance. Damn. Big Connect promised me 100 grand. Liar. Borrow money from my mama just to land again. Sorry, then these motherfuckers hit me with an access scam.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Pulled out. Shoulda, Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but now I'm broke.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but I fucked that up with a bad investment. BitConnect put me in debt. Had full faith in what I spent. Had a sublease just to pay my rent. It's like a foreign language, how do I vent? Got me tapped out on what I spent. Might lose my crib and have to pitch a tent. I just hit a wall, caught a president. Thought crypto was heaven sent. Still holding on like James Bond, trying to moonshot Neil Armstrong. The market cap was right on track. Used to Uber, now I'm walking back. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but I still hold her, no looking back. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, so when I had the chance, BitConnect promised me 100 grand. Borrow money from my mama just to land again. Then these motherfuckers hit me with an access scam.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but now I'm broke.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, so when I had the chance, BitConnect promised me 100 grand. Borrow money from my mama just to land again. Then these motherfuckers hit me with an access scam.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but now I'm broke.
Just to land again. Then these motherfuckers hit me with an access scam.
Damn!
Breaking news, this just in. Justin's son has officially announced when he will officially announce that big announcement he announced on Twitter last week. More details to follow as they come in. Back to you.
Coming up next. Stay tuned to learn more about student interest in blockchain technology. REIMAGINE 2020.
Hi, Patrick. My name is Dr. Alex Kahana. I am Chief Medical Officer and Head of the European, Middle East, and African markets at Consensus Health. We are the, I would say, largest blockchain and healthcare company in the world. And I am super excited to be part of REIMAGINE 2020, because that's what we really need to do. We don't need to recover from COVID, the covering again, but actually reimagine the post-pandemic world. So it's great to be here and looking forward to talking to you.
Hey everybody, it's Patrick McLean here again, one of your hosts at Reimagine 2020. I've got another really special guest here that I think you guys are gonna enjoy listening to. I've had the ability to kind of read and listen to some of his conversations and viewpoints in the market the last week or so. So I'll go ahead and Alex, you wanna introduce yourself?
Sure. It's a pleasure to meet you, Patrick, and thanks to the audience at Reimagine 2020 for being here. I'm Alex Kahana. I am Chief Medical Officer and head of the European, Middle East, and African markets at Consensus Health. Consensus Health is the largest blockchain healthcare company. And I would say very simply, I'm on a mission to blockchainize healthcare and healthify, if that's a real word, healthify the crypto space. A little bit about myself. I like to write on Medium on my moniker that I lived 4 lives in one, which means not only that I'm old, but also that I know the dirty little secrets of each life. I have a military background, which means not only that I'm mission-driven, data-driven, and situation-aware, but I fundamentally believe that none of us is as good as all of us, and really believe that distributed trust is the way to go. I had a full academic career in pain medicine. I'm an anesthesiologist and military medicine doc that built 5 pain centers throughout the world, in Israel, in Japan, in Switzerland, and in the US. So it's safe to say that I'm familiar with the healthcare system in the world. Always been a system thinker, always believed that you have to deliver treatments, protocols, standards to patients, and came to the US in 2007. Got quickly exposed into the, I would say, opioid epidemic, and helped out with some, I would say, guidelines that later became the blueprint for the CDC guidelines, regulation, legislation, and how to provide treatments and care safely and balance I would say, care and dangers that are associated with opioids. I became a subject matter expert for the DoD and the VA, which means that I'm used to working with large healthcare systems, and has been involved in technology integration in the clinical workflow for at least 15 years. Got bit by the blockchain bug, I would say, in 2014, which is, I think, decades ago, and started to write about it, and we'll talk about it for sure in the next coming hour. And co-authored the textbook of blockchain in healthcare. And like I said, really excited to be part of the Consensus Health family and really create a new digital resilient healthcare system sustainable for the future ahead.
Awesome. Well, definitely a impressive resume, and it seems, like you've definitely had enough different outlooks in life that have kind of formed your opinion on and kind of brought you to this point. So I'm sure a lot of the students listening to this conversation are going to really appreciate it, and we know that health is one of the things that they're always looking at. So I wanted to kind of dive in, and I wanted to kind of, specifically, I think you have a background in health, right? So this is a unique conversation, or you have a unique perspective. But I think when we look at the world right now, right, and obviously we're not in normal times, right? If you go back even 5 months ago, we have a massive health crisis, right? And then you look at economies are kind of in turmoil, right? The last time we saw anything remotely close to this in comparison in recent memory is 2008, right? Which is kind of the inception of Bitcoin, or around the same time of inception of Bitcoin and blockchain. So my question to you is because of what we're experiencing, what doors do you think are open? And I would say, psychological or other, like, do you think that maybe the global community is more open-minded and this will present new opportunities for change in healthcare and blockchain?
Yeah, no, excellent question, Patrick. And there's never like a good crisis to change the world. First of all, when people ask me what has changed since COVID or the pandemic started, they expect me to say, oh, I work remotely from home, or, I'm not eating out. But actually what really has changed is that people are starting to get interested in what I've been doing in the last 5-6 years and saying, hey, Dr. Khan, isn't that blockchain thing that you're doing really necessary for what's happening? And I think that what this global biological threat has brought upon us is to understand the interdependence between each other, that actually my behavior here in New York can influence a small island in the South Pacific, and someone in China and their behavior can impact my life. So not only is it a humbling experience, but it's also a recognition of the distributed and decentralized nature actually of the planet. And I think that people now are starting to embrace the, I would say, different concepts that blockchain brings in, because I think that blockchain is not just a technology, but blockchain is a mindset. And that peer-to-peer economic activity, that's really what's starting to make everybody say, maybe there's something interesting going on. And I would just end by saying that people want to come back to normal. And I would argue that we're not going to get back to normal, because normal is what brought us to where we are. The fragility and frailty of our economic, social, and health systems is because we live in an economy that has low capacities and low capabilities. And so what we are trying to do through DLT is really build that digital resilience. And so we're not going to get back to normal. We need to hence reimagine, not recover. I don't like when people say recovery, because it's like covering again. So we're not going to recover or cover again all the frailties and fragilities. We're going to reimagine and remake the world ahead.
Got it. So when we think about that, and I think one thing that people are experiencing now that I've been very curious about, right? Because I think this is a very interesting experiment. You know, I think really looking at isolation, you know, people being in their house, like psychologically, how are they going to handle this? And even when someone says, you can come outside now, are they going to go run outside, right? Or will there be this, you know, kind of lasting stigma, and that maybe trickles on for many more months? So I have a question, and something I was reading that you wrote that intrigued me. You were writing about how you think that the opposite of health is isolation, where some people might think of it as, you know, opposite of health is disease, for example. So I'm just curious your perspective now that we are really experiencing isolation, right? Where people are kind of being forced into boxes per se. You know, what impact do you think that's going to have on the global psyche? And, you know, what are the technologies or things that, you know, either in blockchain or things that allow us to kind of communicate and intertwine? What do you think some of the opportunities are there?
Yeah, you are right that I think one of the reasons why we don't have a healthcare system but a disease management system is because we think that the opposite of health is disease and death, when actually it's just a way, you know, it's through disease and illness we become isolated, and our world contracts and becomes smaller and smaller until, you know, one day you feel so alone. And then you decide to take, I don't know, OxyContin, Xanax, and Chardonnay. And that happens every 12 minutes in the US. So it's not as if it's something that's very rare. And so if you believe that for one second that the opposite of health is isolation, then you also believe that the journey back to health is through connectivity. And that connection could be connection to data. It could be connection to family, to friends, to faith, to social media. So the way I like to explain it is that if we take the I out of illness and we put we in it, it turns into wellness. So we are social beings, and we can sense it now with the pandemic. You know, it's like when you're hungry and the only thing you can think about is food. So it's like now when we're grounded or we're stay at home, the only thing we can, you know, think about is how do we go out? And you're absolutely right. And the technologies that will come to bear are those that enhance our connectivity. And I actually
like Zoom recordings and video conferences.
Well, it's really interesting what it does, the way we talk and the way we interact and maybe listen to each other a little bit more, because if we interrupt, then everything freezes. But I disagree when people say that technology actually makes us more alone. I think that technology doesn't do anything. I think it's what people do with technology. I don't think blockchain does anything, or artificial intelligence does anything, or or your iPhone does anything. I think it's what you do with it. And through gamification and peer-to-peer interactions, you can actually incentivize people to engage in a fun way. And so if I say to a patient now, I want you to jump for 20 minutes, they're going to say, I can't, I'm too tired. But if I'm going to slap on them some virtual reality and have them, you know, start to hunt and run around, they'll do that activity because it's fun. So I think we're entering a stage of virtualization. We're entering a stage of a whole ocean, exabytes of data that really describe who we are and what we are through our activities, and an opportunity with DLT to create incentives, tokenomics if you wish, that can encourage us to behave well and discourage us to behave from behaving poorly. And that brings with it a whole host of not only technological questions, but also questions of ethics and governance and policy.
100%. And I think those are interesting points, you know, across a myriad of technologies, you know, whether you look at, you know, artificial intelligence, right, and the ethics there, when self-driving cars, when there's a child in the street, right, and the car has to make a decision between, you know, driving the passenger into a tree or, you know, unfortunately hurting a pedestrian, right? These are the ethics that we're going to be building in, I think, into our technology that, you know, philosophers and, you know, positions like this are really going to have a interesting place at the kind of think the forefront. So real quick, I wanted to pick your brain. And one of the real topics we're trying to talk about this conference is really around adoption. And I think adoption can take many forms, right? I think we could say, we kind of know we've adopted some aspects of blockchain. So we know Bitcoin works, for example, right? Maybe some other coins, not so much. We've kind of seen some glimmers of hope. You know, obviously everybody kind of defaults to the same fintech or supply chain use cases. You've kind of seen a lot of pilots. You know, I don't know if the world can say, hey, we've completely adopted blockchain yet. You and I were having an interesting conversation before we started this, and you were mentioning how you think it's the healthcare use case is very intriguing for blockchain for a variety of reasons. Do you mind touching base on that?
Of course. And I'll disclose that I think that healthcare is everything, the most important thing. And if you're investing in anything else but healthcare, I would say just drop it and come to healthcare. No, but in all seriousness, I think that before I talk about adoption and what are the use cases, I would say that change is hard. Change is hard, and I don't know if you're familiar with the 5 stages of grief. You know, Kubler-Ross, she described, you know, 5 stages of when we change or when we grieve over change. And I think that the audience and even yourself have to kind of ask yourself, what stage are you in that journey of a new world? So the first stage is denial. Okay, it's not a thing. And there are a lot of people that think that DLT is not a thing. And I have to admit that COVID changed that a lot of people who thought that it's not a thing or a silly thing or a corrupt thing or something, now are saying, wait a second, maybe there's a there there. And after the next stage of denial comes the stage of anger. And we've seen a lot of angry people. I invested in this, I lost money on that. They promised me this great technology, nothing is happening. It's been already 2 weeks, it's been already 2 years, it's been 10 years, you know, killer app, how is it, nothing? And that's fine, that means that you're in stage 2. Stage 3 is bargaining. So we start to say, well, you know, it's good, but maybe not for everything, and maybe not ICOs, but STOs. But STOs are here, but not IEOs, and I don't know. And so you go this kind of like back and forth and all this. And then you become really depressed. That's stage 4. It's like, oh my God, this is like really not moving. What is happening here? And that's good because you know that the next step is going to be acceptance. And obviously I've been in stage 5 for a while. And so—
Well, and there's not to cut you off, but there's one interesting point that I kind of plays off what, and I see it all the time. We work with a lot of universities, and I always try to tell everyone, you know, I feel okay, maybe I'm a little bit in the crypto space, or you're a little bit in the crypto space. there's a fair amount of pessimism, and it's pessimism from people that were in it 3 years ago, right? With all this ICO stuff. Okay, so I'm talking, 30, 35, 40 people who have been in it for 3, 4, 5 years. There's a bit of pessimism. Well, then I'll get on a call with 30 universities or, some weekly meeting or something. And you've got 19, 20, 21, 22-year-old kids. They've never experienced this pessimism, right? So they're like, I'm going to build an application and I'm obviously going to use blockchain, right? And so it's just, I don't see this layer of pessimism, and they don't know what they don't know, right? They don't know to be,
they're just going fast through the 5 steps. But the point being, and I teach a lot and I talk to a lot of people, and that's, the essence of my job. And we start always with, what the hell is Bitcoin? Why am I in this, conversation? Why am I listening to Dr. Kahana? And 45 minutes later, it's like, oh my God, this is so awesome. When can you build me all this stuff? So I think that before we talk about the how, it's very important to talk about the why. And I think that a lot of people miss what is the secret sauce about blockchain. And they think of it more as a general purpose technology to make things faster, better, cheaper, and all that. And that's how the industry right now is looking at it. How can I, automate things? How can I decrease expenditure on doubling? And, how can I dedouble? Or how can I, create this a computational trust that will, increase my margins? But the true secret sauce of blockchain is, of course, the peer-to-peer economic activity. That I know that you are you know that you are me, and I don't need a third person in the middle to validate the transaction, which could be a transaction of information, for example, right now, or data, or money. And I think that people just don't understand the why. And when people say, so what is blockchain? I say, well, it's very simple. Blockchain is a software that was designed to solve the social problem of fake. Simple as that, because we're just surrounded by stuff. I'm an optimistic person. I want to believe that what I'm hearing is correct. I want to believe that what I'm reading is correct. I want to believe my contracts. I want to believe that what I'm eating is what I think I'm eating. I want to believe the whole world around me, but it's hard. I can't. We're suffering from an infodemic. We're hearing so many things. The head is spinning. We're suffering from a cognitive overload. I don't know anything. And so when you have a system that bakes into it things like transparency, computational trust, immutability, the inability to change the data and the nature of the data in it, when you talk about that there's an interdependence by multiple people that want to maintain the system, because if not, then everything falls apart. Right now, we're suffering from what's called a moral hazard. Moral hazard means that one person can start to do risky things because they know that they're not going to pay for it, you're going to pay for it. So it's an unbalanced ecosystem, and DLT brings back into place that balance. And so in healthcare, the things that we look at, some of them are more obvious than others. So supply chain is very obvious, okay? The verification and authentication of the provenance of, drugs. I want to make sure that this pill that I'm paying $100,000 for is that pill and it's worth $100,000. So that's, an easy, that's why the federal government is into supply chain. That's why all the large companies are into supply chain. You can follow with other technologies like Internet of Things or Internet of Health things. So that's an easy play. Then there's another one of credentialing. That's also a problem. How do you credential professionals? How do you know that I'm really a doctor? How do you know that I know what the hell I'm doing? If I want to move from one state to another or from one country to another, how do I know that my credentials are, bona fide? So that too is like a supply chain of people, or a supply chain of the services that those people can do. So that's also an easy understanding, and there are large systems that are embracing it. But then we start to get into more subtle case uses or use cases that I think are actually really exciting. One, for example, is self-sovereign electronic health records. So that means that, nowadays you go to your doctor and an electronic health record doesn't belong to you. Except New Hampshire, by law, the electronic health record belongs to the person who produced that electronic health record. Everybody thinks it's the hospital, but it's actually the software company that created it. So your data is not yours. And so again, it's exposed to all the predatory practices that we see by the large, media platforms and the large, data companies. And it's important.
Google bought Fitbit, right?
Yeah, and that's why I don't have my Fitbit off. I don't have it anymore. The minute they bought it, I took it off, and now I'm just with Aura. That's it. So, and it's important because, and I write about this because you are your activities, and your activities are captured by your data. So you are your data, and so when a third party takes it, sells it, uses it, abuses it, loses it, they take a piece of you. They take a piece of your dignity. And so this is not just privacy preserving technologies, and making sure that they're not lost or hacked or some, North Korean, I don't know what, take and do with it whatever they want and sell it in the black market. It's actually, they're taking away something that belongs to me. And so the whole idea of decentralized identification, the idea of being it portable, the idea that it's sensor resistant, it's collusion resistant. That's what's really important. That's the true magic of blockchain, that it increases our human capacities and capabilities. And I don't call them privacy preserving technologies, but dignity preserving technologies. And this is why it'll take up, because like you said, the youngsters that are just like, of course I'll do it on DLT. It's like, why would I give myself to the man and have zero leverage on it? I don't recall, when 23andMe made this huge deal with Glasgow Smith and got 300. I don't remember getting a check, from that. So I think that we have to think of data and personal data not in terms of privacy, but also as a source of income. And that's really interesting. And that's what I talk about a lot, is how does that data suddenly become my good behavior a source of income? It's almost like a universal health basic income. So if I don't drink and I don't smoke and I don't take drugs and someone saves money, I need to see a piece of it. And if I don't want to be part of that economy.
Definitely, a ton of interesting points there, and I hear what you're saying, and I agree. I think when you look at kind of the myriad of use cases or proposed use cases for blockchain, it's interesting how many, if not all, touch healthcare, right? And I think we're spending a lot of time kind of looking for those slam dunk use cases where we can go and say, look, this is 1 billion people running on blockchain, it works, right? It seems to me like we really do need to triple down in the industry. And make sure that we're pushing, in that direction. So, hey, to dive in just a little bit, let's talk about healthcare, or specifically in some of the barriers to adoption. So, I'm hearing what you're saying, right? And that you see an opportunity where blockchain can kind of help people, help systems, help add efficiencies in the healthcare space, and maybe in other practical ways of people's lives that can even affect their income, right? In the way that they're collecting and kind of owning their data. So if we can identify that there are a lot of benefits, let's talk about maybe the barriers, then why, right? So, who's stopping, or the decision maker, and kind of leveraging this technology? And I'll rattle off a few points, right? So are there government regulatory restrictions that are causing slow adoption? Is there hesitation from the healthcare companies to fully commit to this type of technology? Is it a technology related issue? So is it that we don't have enough tooling or pilots, et cetera? And then I'll ask, like, do healthcare companies, do they care about blockchain? Is it something that they are actively seeking outside of just a good press release? Or is it something that they want to get ahead of the curve and really bring into their arsenal?
Yeah, all great questions, and I'll try to unpack it. I think that when you get to my age, you try to be very weary of conspiracy theories and all kinds of things, of bad things that are happening behind my back, because actually I don't think that people care that much about me that they want to do stuff. Beyond the resistance to change and the 5 stages that I talked beforehand, I think that, yes, there are actors that think about adopting this technology as something that they will lose from it. There are not many, but there are folks that rightfully or wrongfully think that they will be disintermediated. They know that what they're doing doesn't bring value. And if you automate it, or if you bring in this type of technology, there will not be needed anymore. So, for example, the person that just sticks on a stamp, and asks for $20, I was asking for a visa somewhere, and there was a person who had to validate that I am who I am and put a stamp on it and charged me $20. Obviously, that's ridiculous, and it's a racket, because they didn't even check that I was who I was. I didn't show anything. They just put in a stamp and took the money. So I think that those players who clearly are intermediaries or third parties that don't have value, they are at immediate risk, just like a lot of jobs are at risk for automation. But I think that most people have, if you wish, healthy skepticism, because they don't really understand the difference between collaboration and centralization. These are two separate things, and people conflate between them. Wide collaboration is great. You need that crowd intelligence. We cannot solve this pandemic, this global biological threat, without having all the brains of the world collaborate together. You can't have a really common sense AI that is devoid of bias and deepfake if you don't have open and decentralized AI. And all that black box stuff that's going on, of course, will create all the limitations of artificial intelligence. So I think that people understand that none of us is as good as all of us. I think where people don't understand are what are the dangers of centralization. And if you just take COVID, for example, it's really simple. What we need to do is mass testing. That's it. You test everyone. If you have it, you say, stay at home. If you don't have it, continue. That's it. It's not complicated. But instead of spending trillions in dollars of trying to revive an economy that was stunted, and spend a couple of $1 billion on testing the crap out of everyone, we opt for mass surveillance. And so we feel that, oh my God, if there was just like one place where all the data would be, then that would be the best. And they don't understand that when you create that honeypot, it becomes attack vulnerable. It becomes censorship vulnerable. It becomes collusion vulnerable. So the barriers, or the major barrier for adoption, is that people don't understand, especially older people like myself who have lived in a centralized world, that it's decentralization that is digitally resistant, not centralization. And that in representative democracy, is, of course, I want to represent it. But if that representative doesn't represent you, it doesn't work. So that's why we understand liquid democracy. That's why we understand holacracy, where, you don't have a job description. I don't have a job description. I just think that that's what I want to do. So I put my pants on in the morning and strap on, a microphone, start to talk, and we're doing stuff. I don't need a job description or a third party to tell me, Alex, should you do this or do you need to do this? So Gen Zers, they understand. They're not going to ask permission. And so, yes, there are regulatory barriers. And yes, there are people who don't get it. But it really is part of a larger scheme that we think of the economy in terms of poverty. That if I have something, by definition, you don't have it. And that comes out from the world of commodities, that there are limited resources. And so if you have more gold, I have less gold. If you have more money, I have less money. But now, for those who are digitally native, they're born into an economy of data. That's an economy of abundance. That's unlimited. And you want to create that network effect. So if I'm a winemaker or a pill maker, I don't care about, I can make maximum 7 billion bottles of wine. Okay, it's a lot, but it's finite. But if I follow the data that of the behavior of the people that consume those bottles of wine, that is indefinite. And so if we start to go into a mentality of affluence. And that's what blockchain is. It's a mentality of affluence. There is enough for everybody to participate, and the more the merrier. That's how we're going to overcome the resistance of integration, and not kind of like, oh, if I'll do this, I'll lose something else.
Well, and I think you make a great point about resources, and something I've always tried to follow, or as interests me, is like space. You know, companies like Planetary Resources, that their goal is to go find asteroids full of platinum or gold, right, and tow them back to Earth and mine them. Well, it's to say, okay, if you were to even pretend there was a gold standard or something close to it, how much money do you need printed when you're bringing asteroids full of resources now, right? The old economic books kind of go out the window. And I think this is a pretty interesting moment, right, where people had kind of thought about or talked about things like basic income, right? And now we're kind of staring at a place where, you know, in a lot of ways, this level of unemployment hasn't been seen, you know, and maybe some of the economy doesn't return for the next 6-9, you know, months or 2 years or so, you know, regardless of, I think, how optimistic people are. And you know, I think humanity will probably have a decision to make at that point, which is, you know, are we going to bind some artificial printed dollar and say we don't have enough and not everybody can eat, right? Or do we finally accept that to a certain extent, you know, these things that we're imposing on ourselves are relatively artificial, right? And it's kind of up to us to devise new systems that we think will kind of suit us. Also, I wanted to comment on the holacracy part too, just because I've seen it. One of my good friends ran Zappos, and I watched what they did. I don't know if you saw, Zappos changed their whole organization to holacracy, right? And it was really interesting experiment. And I grew up in Las Vegas, so I kind of knew a lot of people at the company, and it was just what happens when a large company kind of says you don't have a title. You know, they're changing the titles of their LinkedIn to in charge of fun or something like that, right? Or Safari Joe, you know, what do you do when you don't, you know, when you can do whatever you want, right? But at the same time, you're held accountable by the community. So I think there's definitely some interesting aspects there. And I know we only have a little bit of time here. I want to just kind of drill in to one aspect, and then I wanted to just get some of your thoughts for, you know, the few thousand students that are going to be listening out. I'm sure they'll want your opinion as they think about their careers and what they're really studying. But I wanted to just dive in a little bit deeper on the adoption side of healthcare, just because this is something that always intrigues me. And I think it's something that people don't necessarily understand. I mean, obviously, I think one thing is people that are building DLT technology or blockchains. You know, our team has a pretty decent amount of engineers, so we're, you know, aware of it from the technical side. You know, I've come to the conclusion in the last few years that, you know, it's not the easiest technology to build, right? We're still on the path of really figuring out what the best approach is, consensus mechanisms, et cetera. And it shouldn't be easy, right? What we're building is revolutionary. So I don't think it's something that needs to be rushed overnight. But as that technology kind of progresses, I think the other part that people miss are just how many actors kind of have to hop onto these systems and how big of a change internally it is, right? Whether you're an enterprise or a healthcare company, dealing with suppliers or seed to sale, seed to table, right? How many different people kind of along that journey, you really need to get onto a authentication kind of signature system, right? So they have their ID. And then also, how do they pick between multiple blockchains, right? And I see this kind of in the enterprise space where I think companies are kind of, nowadays, it's almost like they're defaulting to Hyperledger in a lot of senses because it's just easier for them, right? So I have a little bit of a fear, like, is everybody just going to end up using Fabric, right? Are we sure that's the best route to go? So just curious your thoughts. What are the roadblocks or what are the things you think need to happen today that could kind of really help speed up adoption in blockchain and healthcare?
Yeah, I would say like this. What we have on the bottom of the base are the legacy systems. You know, all the stuff that is out there, the IT infrastructure in healthcare, electronic health records, databases, clouds, security firewalls, HIPAA laws, you know, we have that. And on top, we have all these, you know, light bulbs, all these great ideas. Oh, you know, I can do remote temperature. I can do a COVID tracker. I can figure out your level of stress by Face ID. All these, you know, light bulbs. But there's nothing connecting. There's no grid. And it's only when there's an electrical grid that a light bulb, which is an app, becomes a killer app. So what we need is that grid. Now, Hyperledger or Ethereum or other platforms are part of it, but they're not all of it. And we need to create the grid and the rails and the networks and the orchestrators and the agents and the oracles that will create that grid. And so at Consensus Health specifically, we're working on it from our vantage point, that it's a combination of federated learning, where basically the algorithm goes to the data instead of, data that we, instead of, bringing all the data in one place and the algorithm going, into it, we federate that. And we have privacy preserving technologies like zero knowledge proof, like homomorphic, like trusted execution environments, that basically I don't have to tell you anything to know what I'm talking about and divulge anything from it. And of course, the smart contract that speak to governance. So we need to build that grid in order to get, the killer apps and the better adoption. I think that what's important to understand is, and when you ask are companies interested or not, is what is the difference between digital health or mHealth or whatever you want to put, iHealth or all the stuff that's coming versus DLT health, is that all the digital health that has been happening since, I would say, 2008, when the Obama administration passed the HITECH Act and said everything has to be digitized. So that created that, economic wave that digital is everything in healthcare, is that they're all patient-centric, which is great. It's patient-centric. You got to think about the patient, designed for the patient, do the UI, the UX, everything for the patient. But what they don't do, and that's what DLT health is different. It's not like digital. DLT health is patient-driven, not patient-centered, patient-driven. That's the difference. That's the future. That it's that it's I have to behave in a certain way that will not only transform me from a healthcare service consumer to a health and wealth producer. And that's what has to happen in healthcare, because right now we're all consumers. So if you're a consumer, the only thing that you have for the system economically to be viable is to consume more. And what you want actually is for people to produce health. So if I try to translate it in blockchain language, what we're doing, our healthcare system is transacting in death coins. Okay, the more death coins you have, the more sick I am, the more tests I need, the more pills I use, then the economy, more coins are minted. It's great. If I get healthy, I'm a doctor, all my patients get healthy, I'm out of a job. So I have no incentive to get you healthy. I might want to get you healthy enough, but not too healthy. That's why I'm inventing all these, pills for imaginary diseases like dysfunctions and I don't know what, and things that we're, first world problems.
Are you feeling happy? Are you feeling sad? Did you wake up tired today?
And what people don't understand is that we are dealing with first world problems. Okay, I just came back from East Africa to Kibera, which is near Nairobi in Kenya. It's the largest.
I used to live in Tanzania for many years, so I know that area well.
Exactly, and so you know what the problems are. Clean
They've been using
water.
M-Pesa for a decade when I was there. They were sending money from Nokia cell phones.
And so they understand blockchain. They talk to me in blockchain language without calling it blockchain. So while
they don't trust banks. They don't trust banks. They don't want to put their money in the bank.
Of course they don't trust banks. They don't trust banks. They don't trust the government. They don't trust anybody except themselves. And they're holocratic because they know that if I won't take care of myself, nobody will take care of me. And so they want privacy. And they understood that we had conversations there. They totally get blockchain. They speak the language of blockchain without calling it blockchain. And it's only here in the first world where we have our first world problems where I don't, I have to decide what type of moisturizer do I want to use, is that I'm kind of like stunned that suddenly there's not enough toilet paper out there. and suddenly stunned at what you mean. I can't trust my government. I can't trust my bank. I can't trust all these representatives that are supposed to represent me. And so when you ask me barriers of adoption, it's because people don't get it. And it's easier for me to understand because I grew up in a country that was in perpetual war. So my worst day here in the United States is better than my best day over there. And so I smile when people say, oh, we don't have enough ventilators. And what do you mean you don't have enough? So bag them. I remember them when we would go to missions in Africa and there would be whatever pandemics back in the 90s. And there were families that would put in a tube, breathing tube, and a family member would bag them for a couple of weeks until they would wake up. And so the point being is that only when you are tried, just like the COVID tries us, suddenly you understand what are the limitations of your capacity and capability. Just to make sure that the audience understands, when I say capacity is the amount of time to survive. How much can you survive without something? That's your capacity. So how long can you survive without toilet paper? So I was taught how to wipe myself with one square. So I can survive with one roll single ply for a month. So my capacity is huge. But more importantly is, what are your capabilities? What is the amount of time to recover? And so if we are doling out trillions of dollars and debasing our currency and we don't even know where that money is going to, we have no tracking system. We have nothing to track. We have no, and we know that it's all politically driven. We know that a lot of it, even if it might have good intentions, are getting to the wrong people, the wrong time, to the wrong hands.
This entire this latest stimulus payout could have been on a ledger that no one could have manipulated.
Exactly.
The public should have seen it every day.
Exactly. It's simple. So to quote Atul Gawande, I would say like this: what is special about these times of technology? There is something special in humankind right now, is that for the first time in our history, we make mistakes not out of ignorance, but out of ineptitude. We know what is right to do. We know. Technology has showed us. We just decide that we don't want to do it. And that is creating an unsustainable economy. And so to answer your question again, barriers of adoption, the inability to accept, the inability to execute, these are not questions of ignorance. This is a question of ineptitude. You know that it's like when I talk to a patient and say, you're not supposed to smoke. You're not supposed to take drugs. You're not supposed to drink alcohol. You know that you're supposed to sleep and be active and meditate and be mindful. You know these things. So why are you asking me about all the other things? Because they simply don't want to. And I hope that now that we're moving, and DLT will help with that, to an economy of a human-driven economy. Just like look for example in education. Okay, I grew up, sitting in a classroom, not saying anything and pretending that I'm listening. Look really serious. Now it's a flipped classroom, virtual, with blended technologies. It's all patient driven. So the quality of the education that you get is dependent not on where you study and who are your teachers, but yourself. And there's no reason, if you want to be today a PhD in artificial intelligence, you can be self-taught. How did I learn about blockchain? I didn't do any certificate. I didn't do any degree. I teach. And I say to my students, the first thing is, don't go to university. Why are you listening to me? I didn't go to university for that. I taught myself. And so it's student driven, it's patient driven, it is citizen driven. And today we live in an economy of abundance that we can do anything we want. And if we do it together with crowd intelligence, there is no problem. Climate change, future pandemics, global terrorist threats, there is nothing that we cannot withstand if we simply decide that that is what we want to do.
Well, and by the way, amazing points. And what you mentioned on the education side, I totally agree with. And I think there's some interesting parallels, even what we're seeing from our university initiative and a lot of these universities that will be listening to us speak. we came into it like early 2018, start reaching out to all the schools and realizing almost no schools had, accredited blockchain engineering courses. And it was happening so fast, and there was enough of a bad stigma tied to blockchain. Like it was Bitcoin, right, for drug dealers or whatever. Like the schools weren't ready yet to touch it. So on campus, all of these student organizations start forming, right? And so really, I mean, we can attest that, I've seen almost every university in the world, and majority of blockchain education, collaboration, adoption, or really innovation on university level, I would say probably 80% of it is not affiliated with the engineering or with the actual, universities themselves. It's the CS majors, it's the data science majors that are kind of organizing and taking upon themselves to really, educate themselves and find alliances and find like-minded people. So actually, let's pivot to that. I know you only have a few minutes here, but what would some messages be for some of the students listening that are interested in blockchain and maybe thinking of it as a career path, or maybe what the next 5 years or so kind of holds for the technology? How should they be thinking about it?
Well, I think that blockchain means different things to different people. And so there are different career avenues according to your interest. For a lot of people, distributed ledger technology is that. It's a technology. So if you're interested in computer science, if you're interested in cryptography, if you're interested in everything that pertains to data structures and blockchain, and so it could be blockchain and AI, blockchain and IoT, blockchain and machine learning, then definitely there's a career there to develop, to go into understanding the different pieces of distributed ledger technology and what it has to offer. Then for some, blockchain means the currencies, cryptocurrencies. And so there's a whole financial, I would say financial and economic, anywhere from understanding trading and how to have capital markets work in a sustainable way and invest in it, all the way to macroeconomics and understand the fragility of our current systems and reimagine another economic system or a better economic system. And blockchain is the third thing, is its governance. It's about people interacting with each other. And so how do you create an ethical, political, social construct that also maintains sustainability? And so there are many ways to approach it. So there are many blockchains, not because they're private and permissioned or hybrid, but that you can do different things with it. That's why I always say that, technology doesn't do anything. It's what you do with that technology. And so I have a lot of friends that are technologists. I'm not a technologist, but I'm very fortunate to be surrounded by talented engineers that explain to me concepts that otherwise would have taken me weeks, if not months, to understand. I sit in New York, so a lot of finance people and entrepreneurs and understand the nuances and differences of centralized versus decentralized systems. And that's not something that I learned in medical school or that doctors know about, but they do need if they want to sustain their practices. And so I teach, how do you sustain practices in the current system using decentralized tools if you wish to lessen your exposure to insurance companies. And then the third is really about governance. Is there a future democracy? Is there another way of interacting and maintaining the social fabric while respecting each other's privacy? And so everything is going to be healthcare, because your health is your family's health, is your employer's health, is your community health, your city, your state, your planet. And everything is blockchain, because everything is distributed. Everything is all about us. Everything is all about peer-to-peer and creating trust, not just I trust you because you seem nice to me, but a computational trust. that has verifiability and finality and auditability and traceability. So as long as we understand that tracing stuff and tracing transactions and tracing people are not the same, and we maintain our moral compass, this is great. And so all what I'm doing is being interested in continuing the planet. And that's the threshold. If you're interested and wondering why things are the way they are, healthcare and DLT will open that world to you.
Well, to all the students out there, I think if you're looking for promising job opportunities, you might be getting some pretty good advice right now. So I would make sure to take some notes. And like I mentioned earlier, I was able to listen to some of Alex's conversations over the last week, and I suggest you guys do the same. I think there's some really interesting interviews out there and pieces that he's written that definitely resided with me, and I think will as well with a lot of the people that are on this call. So hey, and I know you got to run, so I don't want to hold you on too long. I feel like we could probably continue this conversation easily for another hour. But I guess a last question. So you strike me as very optimistic. I'm probably the same. I'm also like realistic. I know enough about. I've been a programmer since I was a kid. I can write code. I'm decent in kind of understanding futuristic aspects or how things connect together for consumers, etc. So I really do see purpose in blockchain, but then at the same time, I do see that it is a decision that humanity has to make, right? And I give the example that if tomorrow every human on the planet went out and bought $100 in Bitcoin, you would see the world change the day after, right? They would literally help themselves. The price of Bitcoin would go up. Banks would start freaking out. They would start transacting with themselves. So I tend to believe that we are our own obstacle. If everybody just stood up tomorrow, demanded what they needed, it would take less than 24 hours, and we could debate whether there would be many gunshots fired or not, right, during this citizens coup. But when you think out 5 years or 10 years, what are some of the risks that you think that will kind of stop us from getting that place we need to get to? And maybe 1 or 2 points to kind of leave the audience and things that they can really think about and maybe employ in their daily lives if they're interested in the space.
Yeah, I think you're right that we are limited by our imagination. I think that we're limited by our curiosity. I think that there are people out there that are just simply incurious, and they don't think about, where does this tomato come from? How come I'm eating, mango in the middle of February in the United States? It's like, I think that there are people that just don't wonder enough how the world works and why things are. I think that a lot of people jump into the how before they ponder on the why. And if everybody stops for a second and thinks about the why, then the answer is, like you say, is of course everyone should buy $100 worth of whatever currency and create that consensus, because there's no inherent value in a piece of paper that is a vector of diseases. And why do I have to pay to a third party 3 to 5 cents on every dollar the transaction that I'm doing? Well, I don't recall the 11th commandment being thou shalt pay fees on every transaction. And so I think that the greatest limitation—
No, that's taxes.
That's taxes, right? And I think I'll say 2 things. One is that what is happening is that we are changing the equation of value. When we think of value, we say value is quality divided by cost. So if it costs a lot and has no quality, it's not valuable. And so the problem with that equation is 2 things. One is that quality doesn't mean the same for different people. So for a patient, $1 million pill might be of quality, or for a pharmaceutical to sell it for $1 million might be for quality. But for society, that's low quality, because I can't do other things if I have to pay $1 million for one pill. I can't treat another million people with $1 pills. And the other thing is that if you put the cost in the denominator, then you always emphasize to decrease cost. Cost suppression becomes your major strategy. So you want to use less and less and less. There's no money for education. There's no money for healthcare. There's no money for infrastructure. There's no money for all the things that we need, for student loan relief or whatever you want. And suddenly there's tons of money. Suddenly there's tons of money to give to whom? To whom don't need the money. Suddenly there's tons of money to do stuff that I don't understand why we're doing it. So what we're doing is we're changing, what DLT is doing is changing that equation that the world works through, of instead of value being quality divided by cost, value is what you're willing to give divided by what you're willing to get. And of course, always we want to get everything for free. I want to get a lot. I want to get this, I want to get this, I want to get that. But you realize that the more that the denominator is bigger, it's less of value. Of course, if everybody wants, freebies, then it's worthless. So the true question is, what are you willing to give? So if a company is not willing to give affordable drugs, if a government is not willing to give infrastructure, if I as a person am not willing to give an effort to live well, to eat healthy, to sleep well, to exercise, to not abuse myself, the value prop becomes very low. And so it's really about what's my skin in the game. And that's what DLT becomes so interesting, because it's all in. It's like a poker game. Like, I'm all in. And you can only be upset about if you didn't put enough skin, you can only blame yourself, because it's peer-to-peer. There are no other externalities. And so the reason why I'm optimistic is that we're very resilient. We have enormous capacities, and we have an enormous ability to adapt. And we just have to beware not to become defeatist, that we can be overwhelmed by a virus or by an oppressive government or by fear of the others. And as long as we believe in ourselves, and not that we do things right, but that we're doing the right thing, and we reach out to other like-minded people, like you reached out to me, then that's the network effect. Because you're the ambassador, everybody that listens become ambassadors, everybody's talking to everyone, and suddenly you get phone calls from Uganda, from Tanzania, from Kenya, from Thailand, from the Philippines, from Argentina, from all the places in the world saying, how can we change what's going on?
I couldn't agree more. It's in our hands. Everybody's got to stand up. And I would say it's interesting about the blockchain space. It seems very community driven, right? And I would say it kind of has that core principle in it. I think there's definitely some libertarian views, and you could kind of find the spectrum, I think, of why people are into the blockchain space or the crypto space, whatever vertical of it that interests them the most. But yeah, I would definitely agree. It's up to everybody to stand up now, and hopefully now is a good time for everybody to reflect. And I think, if you would have told everybody 5 months ago, hey, you're going to be stuck in your house for 2-3 months, people would have told you you're crazy, right? And maybe if we were able to take action like this in the same seriousness that we might with climate change, right? If we have a global initiative to make, we just proved to ourselves that overnight we can take drastic changes with relatively, I know it's a lot of people are affected by this, but I would say, if you would imagine the world shutting down in a sci-fi book, it might not even have been as pretty as kind of what we're witnessing right now. So, well, hey, I definitely appreciate your time. We also have some panels and stuff coming up next week. I might invite Alex to, there's one with the teams from Anheuser-Busch and Coca-Cola. If you want to join, I think might be very interesting. So, but sure, people would like to hear from you as well. So definitely appreciate your time. Any last words before we run?
Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity. I always love having these, smart and great, inspiring interviews, and people can reach out. Please read me on medium.com, Alex Kahana, and you can read me on Medium and get a glimpse into what's in my head. And of course, you can email me directly or ping me on LinkedIn. I'm alex.kahana@consensushealth.com. So thanks, and I'm looking forward for our next conversation.
Awesome. It was very nice meeting you. So appreciate everybody watching, and we will see you guys for the rest of this week. Have a good day, Alex.
You're tuned in to Reimagine 2020. Stay tuned to learn more about the state-of-the-art in blockchain education and technological development all around the world. Reimagine 2020.
Greetings, fanciful leaders of this world, and wannabe authorities of all stripes. You thought that you could just print infinite money, did you? Well, the decentralized world of cryptocurrencies is on the rise. It's only a matter of time before the intricate web of blockchain architecture and distributed governance enable so much financial and existential freedom that your model becomes obsolete. Good luck. Time is running out.
And now, a lesson from the Crypto Glossary. Sats. Sats, shortened for Satoshi, is the smallest unit of Bitcoin stored on the blockchain. Satoshi is 100 millionth Bitcoin, 0.000000001 BTC. Whoa, mama, that's a lot of zeros.
Crypto was a thing.
We ain't going nowhere.
We the OG Ledger gang.
Ledger gang, Ledger gang, Ledger gang.
We stay rockin' in the chain.
Blockchain.
Auto crypto be the main.
BTFD.
See the ledger swinging from my neck. Y'all already know what I rep. Stacking that crypto, we gaining no haters. There's really no flexing, be wet. Splash. I can go anywhere with it. Don't matter the number, there really no limit. Really no limit, there really no limit. Ooh, yeah, get it. No, know that I get it. You know that I get it. Load the bit, pay, yeah, spend it. You know the private key is authentic. Know that I get it. You know that I get it. Load the bit, pay, yeah, spend it. You know the private key is authentic.
Y'all thought crypto was a fake.
We ain't going nowhere.
We the OG Ledger Gang.
Let your gang, let your gang, let your gang.
We stay rocking in the chain.
Blockchain,
Auto crypto be the main.
BTFD.
Man, crypto's a bubble. When it pops, you in trouble. What you gonna do when the government kick in the door and start taking it from you?
Man, crypto ain't a bubble, please. Tell me how they gonna get my private keys. The government can't keep an eye on me. I mean, you act like you don't want privacy.
Yeah, but what's a Bitcoin really? I mean, it seems so silly. So what you trying to tell me is banks are about to fall flat on their belly?
Yup, that's what I'm trying to explain. This is peer-to-peer, global exchange. In this world, banks ain't running the game. Border to border, blockchain, blockchain.
Tell me what you know about the blockchain. Gas limit set low octane. Taking down the banks, we are not playing. Bitcoin and fiat, we are not the same.
Y'all thought crypto was a fake.
We ain't going nowhere.
We the OG Ledger Gang.
Let your gang, let your gang, let your gang.
We stay rocking in the chain.
Blockchain,
Auto crypto be the main.
BTFD.
Y'all thought crypto was a fake.
We ain't going nowhere.
We the OG Ledger Gang.
Let your gang, let your gang, let your gang.
We stay rocking in the chain.
Blockchain,
Auto crypto be the main.
BTFD.
Coming up next. Stay tuned to learn more about the state of blockchain education at major universities all around the world. REIMAGINE 2020.
So, hi everybody. I hope wherever you're tuning in from, you're staying safe and well in these crazy times. My name is Christian Hasker. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at Hedera Hashgraph. We are a public distributed ledger built on the Hashgraph consensus algorithm. And I'm so excited to be here at REIMAGINE 2020. What a great event, and hopefully full of great content, and everyone will learn stuff. I know I am.
All right, everybody. I don't even know how many times I've done this now. I have been so lucky. I've got to talk to some of the coolest people the last few days. And, you know, what's excited me is different perspectives, right? Like that, I feel like sometimes I feel like I've been in the blockchain space for a bit, and then I just get to talk with like 20 or 30 smart people. And I realize that I will never run out of perspectives, right? So for the conversation we're gonna have right now, right? And I'm gonna bring on Christian in a second. You know, why I think this conversation is going to be interesting is because, you know, his role is in marketing, and I'll let him explain it in a second. But, you know, I've been in technology, I've looked at blockchain, I've tried to kind of size up adoption. I've always felt like if we have the tech, if we've made the investments and it still hasn't taken off, like what are those marketing gaps? Like what are those communication gaps that we need to close to really get to the next level, right? So who better to hear from than your CMO of Hedera, Christian?
That's right, yep.
CMO, for anybody who doesn't know, is Chief Marketing Officer. But Christian, before I butcher it, introduce yourself, you know, and tell everybody, like, kind of maybe a little bit about how you got into blockchain.
Yeah, so I lead the marketing efforts here at Hedera, and my journey into blockchain was kind of fascinating. I've been in enterprise infrastructure software my whole career for 20 years, and mainly in the database space. So early on, I was in relational databases, Oracle, SQL Server, Postgres, and MySQL with the open source movement. And then in 2011, there was this big data movement, and I joined a company called DataStax that was commercializing the open source massive distributed database that came out of Facebook called Apache Cassandra. And crazy startup time, the 5 years, and we grew like a weed. I learned a ton, and I was so burnt out on startup life that after I left, I set up a marketing consulting company to actually go and help other open source infrastructure companies really build their marketing out and take them to market. A friend of mine who I'd worked with early on at DataStax on the PR side of things, she gave me a call. She said she was working with these two founders at a company called Swirlds, and that they were looking to do a public distributed ledger built on Hashgraph. I knew nothing about Hashgraph at the time. I knew a little bit about blockchain, but not a ton. This was in sort of mid 2017 when things were just about to take off. So you had a real general awareness of blockchain. So I came in and I helped Mance and Lehman, these two co-founders, launch Hedera. And my plan was, I was so happy consulting. I didn't want a full-time job ever again. I'd sworn off startup life. And after the launch, Mance and Lehman said, we really want you to come full-time. I'm like, no, I don't want it. I'm good. I'll help you staff up, and then I'll peace out. And, Mance said, well, come to Dallas, just let's spend the day. And so I said to my wife, I'm going to go to Dallas. I'm going to talk to Mance, but I'm telling him no, I'm just being polite. So I spent the day, and at the end of the day, he really gave the vision of a lot of what we're talking about today, actually, which is, how to get mass adoption of distributed ledger. I was still, when I left, I was like, give me a month. In my mind, I was like, I'm still going to say no. But over that month, I just couldn't shake that you have this perfect convergence of brand new technology in a brand new market, enabling brand new applications. And then you sort of have this gold rush element to it as well, which attracts a whole host of new people. And, those blockchain-based systems that really figure out this topic we're talking about, this go-to-market and the marketing, have a really, really good opportunity. So after a month, I was like, dang it, I just can't say no. So I joined full-time in early 2018, and yeah, the rest is history.
For anyone listening, and a lot of you people know me, I'm not a professional interviewer. I've learned over the last few days, Christian's one of those people that's just gonna make my life really easy right now. Cause what he just described, what Christian just described to you, it was like he was being very humble, but there was there's a lot to unpack there, right? So Christian, I want to talk a lot about Hedera. I think your approach to marketing, how some kind of your past experiences in Silicon Valley or in technology kind of applied to the lessons people are going to learn now. But I want to take one step back to kind of go through, and again, there's probably 3,000 to 4,000 students listening to this right now, and a bunch of other key players. You kind of touched on briefly, I was working in databases, right? Or general technologies that seem small to people, right? Who have not lived in that world, right? And you're in San Francisco right now, right? You've been in Silicon Valley for a while.
That's right. Yeah. 20 years. It's flown by.
All right. So for anyone listening, I know there's a lot of anarchists in blockchain who don't understand that there's people who've been building really cool shit in Silicon Valley, right? So I believe what you're going to hear Christian tell you next is an experience of you know, how the past will kind of lead to what we're going to go through, you know, in the next few steps. So like, if you don't mind, Christian, and I won't harp too much on this part before we go forward, but like, what lessons did you learn in past lives, right? Like, what did you learn from, you know, were you in the oracles of the world or whatever, where now you know, and how does that influence what you see going forward in blockchain?
Yeah, so it's a great question, and I've learned a lot. So I'll try and pick the highlights. So databases are infrastructure, and they're pretty low down the stack, right? They're, you know, you as an end user of an application, you never think about the database. If you can't access the application, you know, if the app falls over, it's probably a database problem underneath. But you don't, as an end user, you don't have awareness of that. Nor should you, by the way. So that's infrastructure. Similarly, blockchain, distributed ledger technology, is infrastructure. I mean, it's at the bottom of the stack. So if you took away the gold rush element from blockchain, no one would be that excited right now because it's really low down the stack. How it becomes really exciting is not just the infrastructure, it's what the infrastructure enables. What are the applications? So you've got a bunch of students watching right now. What are the applications that you can build on this amazing infrastructure? Forget about what blockchain platform you pick, right? They all have some, you know, advantages and disadvantages, and I'm not going to pitch, you know, our stuff in right now, but you know.
Wait, hang on. I don't want to interrupt him, but for everybody listening, this is why you want to listen to Christian, right? He just had a choice. He was like, I could hawk our own product, or I'm going to talk to you in the abstract, like straight to the core of like, don't worry about blockchain. Here's how I would think about it, right? So I'll kick it back to you, but I think it's an important point.
Yeah, so, you know, do your research, pick the infrastructure that's going to work for your application, and then go build that application on top of it. You know, we don't even, we have conversations internally, like what, if this is the internet era again, what period are we in? We like 1998 or earlier? Personally, I think we're really, really early on. And early on in the internet, it was a lot of super smart people and academics, and you were thinking about the protocol layer, the TCP/IP layer, right? And that was cool. Once the browser came along, no one cared about that anymore, right? We were in a new sort of user interface world. The internet became easier and easier to consume and enabled all of these other businesses, new businesses, things that have never been possible before. That's where we are today. And it's going to take students developing, student entrepreneurs with ideas to usher in that new era with some really cool applications. And that's how we're going to get adoption.
So before we kind of, and I want to hear a lot about, you know, where, like how your brain has been formed, like since you've come into blockchain, right? Like post getting to that point. But, you know, to kind of play off what you were saying earlier, you were like in pseudo retirement, like retirement consultant life almost. You're telling your wife, I'm not going to take this job. And then it sounds like you were sitting at a table with people that you either respected or trusted, and correct me if I'm wrong, but like what drew you to Hedera? And were you already kind of attracted to blockchain, or like Hedera was the solution that kind of first opened your mind?
So I was interested in blockchain as a technology, and I'm still very interested in blockchain as a technology. You know, if you think about Bitcoin back in 2009, the ability to have money without a central bank, and we all maintain our own ledger, and it has value and I can, you know, send it to you and you get it, and we can exchange that for goods and services. That is a mind-blowing leap forward in what's been possible. And we can talk about, well, why isn't everyone accepting Bitcoin and blah, blah, blah. That's for another day. As an invention and a leap forward, it is amazing. So that concept was very exciting. I came from Apache Cassandra, which is a distributed database. So Facebook developed Cassandra to handle their massive volume of search on the Facebook platform as they were growing. They built this database from scratch and open sourced it. So I was immersed in distributed systems and the hard problems associated with distributed systems. So when I met Lehman, who is the chief scientist and the inventor of the hash graph consensus algorithm, I was amazed by what he had invented. And I gave it to a friend who was an early engineer in distributed systems at Instagram. And I worked with him for a while, and great guy, super smart. I handed him the white paper and I said, just, you know, tell me what you think about this. And a couple of days later, we met up and he said, listen, I don't know if you'll be successful, if this thing will fail, but the problem that Lehman has solved is incredible. And the way he solved it is incredible. And that was really all I needed to know from a technology standpoint, to know, okay, it's really, I'm being given the ingredients to have something really cool here. We may fail, but the raw ingredients are there. Oh, I've lost your audio again. Oh no.
This is why I love these videos. Over 72 hours. Can you hear me now?
I sure can.
See, like I'm like appreciating mistakes. Like after people watch me for like a decent amount of 72 hours, they're gonna hate me. So I need to find humility at moments like this. But at one point we had fun in some research in like the quantum implications of blockchain, right? And it kind of set me down a path one day where I was researching a variety of blockchains, and I had known about Hedera, but kind of pushed me to dig deeper, like acrylic graphs and rumors, gossip, etc. I do think there's a lot of validity there, and I promise to peel off this point in a second, but like, so. Is it safe to say before you started Hedera, you had never been a part of blockchain, right? Or you'd never worked for a blockchain company, or you were a spectator, or you had participated?
Correct. In 2011, when I was working at DataStax, this engineer talked to me about Bitcoin. He had a mining rig. He was mining so much Bitcoin. He's like, you really need to get into this thing. And I remember at the time, I just you know, discounted it. I was like, okay, the tech is cool, but you know, that kind of seems, you know, just so out there. Anyway, he bought a house, like, you know, the next year with his, or 2 years later with his proceeds. So he was a visionary. I should have listened harder.
So there's a few panels coming up next week, and some of them have been spurred from conversations I've had the last few days. Like I was able to do like 2 hours with Miko Matsumura the other day, like really cool guy. Like, and one of the things we talked about was kind of like the Silicon Valley version, right? Like I have friends in SF that have funds, right? And I talk to them sometimes, and it's like they have a fund, or they're an angel investor. Like there's a stigma, like I don't touch blockchain, right? Like, and now to me, sometimes this would be the equivalent of someone saying like I don't touch SaaS, or I don't touch AI or VR, right? But like, and I want to, and I'll kind of unpack this in a minute, and I'll pass it to you. But like, one of the things that made me laugh, and a few conversations we've had here throughout the conference, even really drilling down to the university level, right, is, you know, where like we can see students having an on-campus organization, right, like not affiliated with the school, and they're getting like cease and desist letters from the school. And I think we talked about it a little bit earlier, like, because there's like stigmas to cryptocurrency, right? And I believe this extends to the investors, to the I know very smart developers in Silicon Valley, right? Like they haven't fully committed. So I'm just to kind of wrap this part up, like from your perspective, like when you jumped into this world, right? And coming from like a seasoned tech world, when you first saw it from a marketing perspective, like what were your original thoughts? Were people trying to dissuade you from going into it? Did you have hesitations? And then like, what did you learn over the next few months?
Yeah, that's a great question. So what I'll say briefly is, if you go to the early days of the internet, there was some bad stuff. You know, these leap forwards in technology attract, you know, people and organizations that no doubt are trying to figure out technology for less than savory purposes. So let's set that to one side. The fascinating thing with blockchain is because you have this financial incentive as well, it's really attracting an element into infrastructure technology that just wouldn't normally care about it. And that brings a whole host of both challenges and opportunities, because those people that were early to see the potential of cryptocurrencies can be some of the best evangelists for technology, even though they're not developers and really understand, you know, the ins and outs of what the technology does or how to build on it. That's okay. They're visionary, they're passionate. So I think I wasn't concerned about getting into this space, because as part of the pitch that I had from Mint, he was like, we're going to do everything regulatory compliant. We're going to do everything the right way. You know, we're not going to, you know, when you look across the space of public ledgers, you see some companies that do, and not to knock anyone, I think you have to do what you need to do for your own platform, but you have people that are paying influencers to promote the platform and things like that we just don't do. We want our technology to really succeed based on what people are building on it, rather than the technology itself. So I wasn't very concerned about it. And I'd say since I got into it, it's really changed rapidly as well. So, you know, this week, I forget what weeks we're in, but, you know, some week recently, Andreessen Horowitz raised a $500 million fund, their second fund, right? In Silicon Valley, people, and if you don't know, that fund is just to invest in blockchain-based applications and startups. So that kind of money, VC firms in Silicon Valley, they love money, right? They want the next return. In a year's time from now, 18 months time from now, every VC company in the Valley is going to have a blockchain arm or an investment fund dedicated to it. Because as Andreessen Horowitz goes, so goes the whole VC market. And it is changing. It's really changing rapidly. So I'd say to your students, you know, if you're getting cease and desist, it's probably a really good opportunity to educate, right? That we've moved through that phase now. Sure, maybe some of that's unsavory stuff is still going on, but we're in a totally different phase now, and we'll move into an even different phase in the future.
So, sometimes I get cease and desist from grandma, like, oh, you're dealing with Bitcoin, right? So, by the way, like, again, for anyone listening, go replay that like 5 more times. You're gonna learn a bunch of stuff. I'll ask another question. Okay, so it's kind of brought me up to this point. So like we've kind of just gone through your evolution to kind of get up to it, right? All right, so now you're Chief Marketing Officer of Hedera. You probably have some preconceived notions of what worked in your previous life, right? I'm assuming you learned some lessons like, or new ones, like maybe some things you thought would work, didn't work. Maybe some things you didn't think would work, would work. How's that journey been? And for any other, and I know there's some watching, for any other CMOs watching, like what advice would you give them?
Oh yeah, you know, I learned a lot So if you think about the open source movement that I really enjoyed, sort of seeing how that evolved. Open source developers can be so passionate. And what tends to happen in open source projects is you have early on in the project, you have these super duper smart engineers building amazing stuff. But because they're so early in the project and they know it so well, they can be very intellectually intimidating. And it is not the best technology. I mean, there's this old adage, the best technology does not automatically win. And that's so true. It has to be easy to use. So while those super smart engineers early on, you want to keep them engaged and get them excited, you have to attract new engineers in. And inevitably, they're not going to be that 1% type engineer, right? Because there's only 1% of them. You got to get to the 99%.
Wait, let me add one point there. I've been a tech founder since I was 19 years old, right? And sometimes I was the smartest technical person, and other times I wasn't. And sometimes people try to like compete with me or like steal my ideas. People like, oh, Patrick, are you scared? But I was always pretty good at marketing, right? So I'd look and I'd say, you know what, like, whether it was me or other applications, like, you could have the best technology, right? But if it's in a vacuum, if no one has ever heard of your amazingly great technology that is the world-changing, revolutionary, in some senses, you might assume it doesn't exist, right? And as far as practical, aspects are concerned, it basically doesn't, right? So it isn't always the smartest idea that wins. You need another element. So didn't want to interrupt you, but
no, you're absolutely right. And again, for your students out there, what Patrick just said about being good at marketing, what is marketing at the end of the day? It's sharing something with someone else and convincing it's a good idea. That's it. So if you're technical and you're a storyteller, that's a dynamite combination. And there were very few engineers that check both of those boxes. So it's definitely worth, even as a deep tech person, trying to understand the marketing side of things as well. So you do have to figure out how to go beyond your initial core developers. And I learned that the hard way in the Cassandra space, because while it was an amazing database, solved really, really hard problems, it was also really hard to use. And we didn't make it easy enough to use until probably sort of year 4, year 5. And, redoing it all over again at Hedera, making it easy for applications developers to build in their language of preference, their tools of choice, is great, because now you're not having to learn something from the ground up. You can take your existing knowledge base and apply it to this new thing. And again, for adoption, that's great. And what it does is it attracts people into your developer network who wouldn't otherwise have looked at you, because you have a great, JS SDK, or you have integration with a Log4j or Logstash tool that they're using. Like these things make blockchain-based systems much easier to consume. And then just on the marketing side of things, what I also learned was, I came in and you've got this enthusiast who's not technical, and I'd never had that experience before. And they're so passionate. And so trying to learn, and we're still learning, by the way, and probably messing up, and, but to understand how to keep them with you and keep them engaged and keep them passionate and evangelizing on your behalf, while really focusing on developers that can build out, the application ecosystem. That's a hard tension to hold.
So, all right, and this conversation is really intriguing me, by the way. And maybe everyone will think I'm crazy later, but I think people are going to learn a lot from this. So I'm trying to get off this as quickly as possible, but I don't think we've covered it all yet. We know what kind of brought you here. We know what your thoughts were coming in. I guess my last question is like, what were the specific marketing or business complications? Again, like I say, like blockchain isn't just a technology. It's like this technology, like also bolted with like regulations where like banks are scared, right? And it's like Mark, you haven't seen Mark Zuckerberg embarrassed until he created Libra, right? And I'll remember the day like a bunch of news articles reached out to me to write something about it, right? And I was pissed. I turned on the TV and it was like I caught in 15 seconds of Libra, Zuckerberg being in front of Congress. In 10 seconds, it was like, you're trying to help drug dealers and criminals and terrorists. And I was like, wow, like you could get mad at Facebook for data privacy violations. You could go to GDPR, right? Like I don't see them this angry in other aspects, but for some reason, I have a feeling like blockchain just rubs it right? Because maybe because it's money, right? Maybe because it's holding people accountable. It's data they don't want to see. Like, so to unpack it, like, and we can do this in 60 seconds. What is 1 to 2 lessons you learned that your previous life didn't teach you, that when you went into the blockchain marketing world, you were like, you would tell anyone thinking like, here's what you need to understand?
So I'm really glad you touched on regulations. So in all of my previous gigs, I talked to our legal team when, I had a contract to sign or something like that. I talk to our legal team a lot. If I need to go to the bathroom, I'm calling the legal team, making sure, hey, is this okay? That is always on my mind, because before we went live with our network, open access, where anyone can create an account on the network, we were on a lot of legal calls, outside counsel, inside counsel, and what are the things they're talking about? They're like, hey, have any of your marketing materials made these claims, those claims, done this, done that? And you're sat there listening to these lawyers and going through a mental checklist, like, have I done that? Like, that's, I don't think I have. And then you go, you double check. So yeah, it's a tightrope. Now, I am so heartened that regulation and sensible, pragmatic regulation is necessary and is inevitable, and it's coming. Otherwise, you're going to wipe out, forget about Hedera, you're wiping out the whole market, right? You're saying in the US, you're saying none of these systems can operate. None of these decentralized systems. When these decentralized systems promise so much economic opportunity, data privacy, control back in users' hands, like they fix a lot of problems that the internet has created. So, but yeah, the regulation stuff is always on my mind. You don't sleep some nights, you're like, oh wow, did I do that right? And that, I'd never experienced that in my career before.
So for everybody listening, me and Christian are chatting separately. We had about 45 minutes scheduled. We just decided to go a little bit longer. So I get the opportunity to ask him a few more questions. The next, like, I get regulation, but like, all right, so I guess I'll unpack like my thoughts on Hedera, right? Like when I heard of Hedera, it was like this godsend of crypto, right? Like it was like one of the hottest projects. Then when I researched it, and like I have a lot of technical people that work for me, and same thing like you said earlier, like I sent this project to one of my really smart friends. Like I also have like, and for everyone not listening, like for people that are in Silicon Valley, like really smart friend is like, like some dude who's like head of AI at some like, right, like tech company. So we kind of rely on these people. So I've always been impressed with Hedera. Now, before this interview today, sometimes I try to like remove myself from some of the noise a little bit. It's part of my strategy in blockchain, which has been very interesting as we've approached these interviews. Is like I'm like, all right, I'm neutral, right? So then like I crash course my homework and then I call a lot of people I trust, right? And I get some perspectives. One of the things that I heard was like, so Hedera kind of started with a bang. Maybe some people haven't seen it as much, and I want to rewind that a little bit. Like, and I'm actually not sure that's a bad thing. Like, I feel like maybe what a lot of people, which are like quote unquote cryptocurrency investors, like they just want to see constant buzz because it's like raises their ICO price, whether this is valuable marketing or not. Like all they want is more noise, not necessarily like higher quality noise. So, you know, I think at least from some really smart people that I heard from, their questions are, you know, maybe they don't hear as much about Hedera as they think they should. Does that mean that Hedera is not working? Like, what are you guys doing in the background? Like, what's your strategy? Like, what do you want people to understand about Hedera?
Yeah, so that is a very fair perception. You know, when Hashgraph came out, you know, it was really, there were headlines like this is the blockchain killer, and there was a massive hype cycle. I truly believe that all technologies go through the Gartner hype cycle curves, and that's actually really good, because the sort of end result of that is this plateau of productivity where, you know, you're being used and adopted, and you have you know, a lot of applications on you, and you've become a mainstream technology. Fantastic. How do you get there? Well, you can certainly try to fuel the hype cycle all the way along the line. Because as you mentioned, you have this cryptocurrency enthusiast who's parted with hard-earned cash into your project, and they want a return. Now, what I would argue is if you think more like a VC investor, you know, VC investment really looks at like a 10-year fund, right? And if you're an early investor into a traditional startup, you're probably looking at an exit 10 years down the road. Sometimes it's earlier than that, sometimes it's a little bit later, but there's a reason that VC companies raise 10-year funds. So I actually like that we are now in a period at Hedera where we are executing on the promises that we made early on, which created all the hype, right? Oh, wow, they're going to do this, 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 this. We're actually executing on recruiting these incredible companies to form decentralized governance, which will ensure ongoing decentralized governance of the platform. That's so important. Yeah, shoot.
So, and you guys can't see me while I'm talking to Christian, but I just give him a thumbs up. I'm like, hey, like you're making a really good point. And I had a feeling, right? Like when I heard Christian was from Silicon Valley, when I can kind of hear a bit about his experience. And I feel like for myself, when I first came into blockchain, right, I'm coming out of like the traditional tech world where I'm saying like, you can't walk into a VC's office, right, and be like, give me $20 million unaccounted for, right? And like, I don't really have anything, but I have a white paper. I have a white paper, right? Like, this was never real, right? So like, when and I kind of prompted you before to say like, I think sometimes people were doing just whatever marketing to get the noise out there, right? So I feel like when I was considerate enough when I'm listening to my friends say, you know, maybe I haven't heard enough about Hedera, but I'm also consciously saying, all right, but are you also just looking for static noise? Because if you are, I don't necessarily think that's relevant, right? And when I looked at you guys as a company, I'm like, this is not a small idea, right? This is not a garage hackathon, right? Like they're approaching this very professionally, right? So like, I just assume that like, and we'll get to this later, I think it's like, there's probably a lot of shit you guys are doing behind the scenes that people might not be aware of, right? So I'll pivot back to you, but you know, what Christian just hit on, which is very important, and what I want everybody to understand listening to this, for what, and we don't know the final numbers. I know 20,000 of you guys will be here. Question is 100,000 left, right? Like, if whoever is listening to this, there were a lot of companies that raised money in the crypto time. They raised them under ICOs. The paperwork was very shitty. They didn't really have any ties to like delivery or whatever. For any general crypto people that are trading coins and are just mad and they hate a project, like, you know, there's a reason why if you have a startup in Silicon Valley, only accredited investors are allowed to put money into your company, right? And what does this mean? It means a few factors. Don't quote me. It's like you have to have $1 million in the bank or something like that, right? And the government, at least in the States, which is my perception, is like only people with a bit of money or who have done this before. You have to be sophisticated enough to make an investment, right? And what ICOs brought to the table was that anyone could invest, right? Is this bad or good? We don't know yet, right? I would probably argue that I hope one day that any human decides they want to invest in a company, it should be their choice, let them invest. That doesn't mean that we don't need to be intelligent, right? And I think everybody went through a phase in this market that is, you know, should be a lesson, right? And I think people know that now. I'm not sure they've completely got over it, right? I think there's still people who think there's going to be 1,000 crypto projects that they're going to make money off of and buy some coin that goes to 10,000x. That's not for me, I guess. So there's probably other YouTube channels you could watch that will tell you all about that. But for anybody who cares about the ability to decentralize data, I feel like Hedera scientifically, mathematically, actually stands a chance. And I feel like they have a decent team behind them. Since I've gotten to talk to Christian, I'm enjoying this. I know for a fact there's smart people on your team. So like, not to interrupt you there, but so.
No, you brought up so many points, actually. And, you know, as you were talking, here's the crazy thing. So, you know, I talked earlier about traditional VC. So they invest in companies, bunch of companies fall by the wayside. Their fund will be successful on, you know, 2 or 3 companies in that fund. The success comes from either being acquired or an initial public offering. The fastest you can go from idea to an initial public offering is, you know, 5 or 6 years. Like, that is so fast, and it's usually around the 10-year mark. What the blockchain market has done is said, you do your initial public offering first, and then you build it out, and then you get the customers, and then you get the revenue. And that, if you think about it like that, that is crazy, right? That is crazy. And obviously,
but let's be honest. Like, is it still going on, or did it end? Is the party over?
I think it ended. Maybe it'll come back, but I think it's ended. I don't think we'll see those days again. What do you think, Patrick?
I think for fun sometimes. Like, I have a lot of partners and like a lot of people who are like pretty rich from cryptocurrency and do a lot of things, right? And like sometimes, like, for fun, I'll sit in a room with 10 people and I'll just open Coin Market Cap and I'll just start. Okay, I'm picking coin number 37. Have you ever heard of like Matrix? And I'm making this up. Have you ever heard of Matrix, Neon, Neo, Pokemon coin? And I watch everyone just like freeze, right? And I do this for fun. Like, my ethos, and we talked briefly before this call, I asked you how much you knew about Mouse Belt. Like, we call Mouse Belt because there's a guy who works for us. His name is Galen Danziger. I've known him for 10 plus years. From the day we started working together, we never left each other. He was 20 years old, the smartest, nicest, coolest kid ever. Typical nerd. He doesn't like to buy clothes. Like, he doesn't go spend a lot of money on clothes. He orders $40. Apparently you can buy $40 mystery boxes of clothes off eBay. You just specify your size. It's very efficient for him. He doesn't care. So anyways, for many years, he would never have a belt, right? And I know I'm going to go on a tangent here, but for 72 hours, people will enjoy this story. So I've been in many meetings for years with Galen where I look down and like either he didn't want to spend money in a belt or like usually he didn't need one because he's writing code all day. And I'd sit in a meeting and I'm like, is that a network cable wrapped around your waist? Right? I'm the one presenting and we would laugh. We were in Tokyo many years ago. I didn't have a belt and I was sick one day. Everyone's messaging me in this conference. Did you see what Galen was wearing? He wrapped a computer mouse around his waist, right? But like, so we called our company Mouse Belt for a reason. We like the hackers. We work hard. We don't sleep. Like, and him and I always understood that of Silicon Valley. I would see people raise $5 million, build nothing, right? And roll their company up. And it always blew my mind. I mean, like for $5 million, the amount of code you should be able to build if you're intelligent and you have a strategy is insane, right? So we've seen companies raise hundreds of millions of dollars, right? And sometimes I try to like detract myself. I don't get in the weeds. So I want to like come and like play dumb and say, what is this company doing, right? Oh, they built a wallet. I'm like, they raised $200 million and their output was a wallet in like, I don't know, 9 weeks. Not this, this is every company, right? Because blockchain is hard to build, right? Distributed databases are not easy. Like non-centralized trust is not easy. So I don't want to make myself the conversation here, but like I believe that what happened was a fucking crime. And I think that if the billions of dollars that went into what project should have been, like the output of, you know, what happened, we should be a bit further along, but hindsight is always 20/20, right? So,
and we don't want to be one of those stories. So we may
So tell me that, like, you had a choice to work at Hedera. You sent the business plan or the tech stack to your friends. You're okay. You got some validation points. What have you learned since that journey? Like, did it hold true? What do people not know about you? And what are you guys about to crush that no one has any idea?
Yeah. So if you're not familiar with Hedera, we have a fairly unique governance model, which is global organizations, you know, Boeing, Google, IBM, Wipro. We just announced University College London, one of the top 10 universities in the world. When Mance pitched me on we're going to have this council, you know, I was skeptical, to be honest with you, because I know how hard it is to sell things that exist already to enterprises and get them on board. So to persuade them and have them actually run a node on your network and govern the network and, you know, steward the roadmap, that was a promise that I didn't know if we were going to pull it off. But here we are, we're a third of the way to our 39. We've got 13 announced publicly, more coming. And, you know, that blows my mind. So if you read our white paper and you saw that, and now you track our progress, you're like, wow, they're actually executing on that. You know, the other thing in the white paper is Hashgraph itself is very fast, very low latency finality, you know, finality within 2 to 3 seconds. And the thesis is with the possibility to do thousands of transactions per second, you're going to attract applications that haven't been possible before on other blockchain-based systems. And already, if you look at the transactions per second, we're at sustained 15 TPS. So other than EOS, I think we're number 2. We're only 8 months in. I mean, that's amazing. We've got real applications running on the network. A couple of weeks ago, we announced the Coupon Bureau. What the Coupon Bureau does is they maintain a centralized database of the creation and redemption of all of the, not all of, 70% of the coupons in the US. There is $225 billion worth of redemptions of coupons. With COVID-19, all these paper coupons are moving rapidly online as well. So they are building on Hedera for the creation and tracking of redemption to eliminate fraud. There's $600 million of fraud in coupons. So in the future, when you use a digital coupon, you'll be using Hedera and you will have no idea. So yeah, we're executing on some of the thesis and promises that we made.
Let's dig a little bit deeper. Like, can you describe in layman's terms for anyone, like, what is Hedera's competitive advantage?
Yeah, so the hash graph consensus algorithm, what it solves is speed combined with security. So in other blockchain systems, in order to gain speed, you give up security. And what Lehman invented checks the box on being the gold standard of security, asynchronous, Byzantine, fault tolerant. You can't get better than that in a distributed system. And speed and finality. You know, in some earlier blockchain-based systems, you never reach finality. You just become more and more sure over time. That's the way they're designed. There's never a
All right, wait. All right, now we're gonna do rapid fire right now. I'm gonna help you out. By the end of this, everyone's gonna understand Hedera. Like, who's your biggest competitor?
Centralized systems.
Got it. So you're saying that on a principal basis, that like your biggest competitor is efficiency. So like you need to be as efficient as centralized systems.
Yeah, absolutely. Because a database is incredibly fast. It's incredibly fast. So if you want to take workloads, you have to be incredibly fast. So early on, I had an idea, you know, maybe Ethereum is our competitor, right? Because you can do smart contracts on Ethereum and you can do smart contracts on Hedera. But actually, you know, Ethereum has a good ecosystem and a lot of these smart contracts do not need high throughput. They're very, you know, the transactions necessary aren't there. So when you go over to the centralized world, enterprises need transactions. That's what they need, high throughput. Oh, can't hear you.
Sorry, another mistake. But like, so, and I want everyone to hear this, right? So I think on one half we can have the Bitcoins of the world, right? Everyone's like, oh, it's only Bitcoin. And the other half we have like all these smart dudes working on Hedera, right? Like, so, okay, so is Hedera trying to be Bitcoin, or you guys are trying to serve the enterprise institutional, they want to deploy blockchain in a fast and efficient way? Like, how would you describe that?
This is not a zero-sum game. It really isn't. There isn't one winner take all in this market. There really isn't. There is going to be the right tool for the right job. And that's why I said early on, think about your application and its requirements, and then pick the system that's going to fit those requirements. And, you know, you talked about going to like coin market cap 37th and it's blah, blah coin. You know, it takes, do some research, right? What is it? What is it doing? What's it trying to solve? And what we're trying to solve is high throughput, low latency applications with decentralized trust. So our differentiator is that we have the Hedera consensus service. Let's say you have a centralized application. You don't need to rewrite that application from scratch. You can add decentralized trust to that existing centralized application. Let's say you have a private permission network built on Hyperledger Fabric, and you want to add decentralized trust and fair ordering of those transactions in a public network. You can add that without having to rewrite a line of code. That's, you know, where we're headed.
Got it. So, and I want to be clear to everyone, because like I do think sometimes there's so many blockchains and everyone's promising so many things. It's like this IoT blockchain and this other one, maybe this one's fintech or da da da, right? Like, and I truly believe that if I go ask people, they legitimately like basically know nothing about what every company is doing, right? And sometimes I feel lucky to be able to have conversations like this, right? Where I'm like, I can actually leave this like knowing what Hedera cares about, right? So, and I don't know. So now I want to ask. I want to know. Hopefully, maybe other people do as well. So, what is your guys' goal? Like, are you guys going after enterprise? Like, what is your purpose? Who are you trying to make happy?
Yeah, so, you know, we're very fortunate to have these great companies as part of our governance council. So we have that enterprise play. Enterprises, as you know, they move slowly and deliberately. You know, they're not startups. So our goal is to satisfy enterprises and solve their real business problems. And, you know, they have centralized systems that could benefit from trust. You know, most centralized systems have to have some sort of auditing capability, right? You do an export, someone audits it. It's very manual. It takes a long time. If you can plug in an auditable, decentralized system, then you're sort of checking the box on that. You know, you're reducing time to market, all those great things that enterprises care about. On the other side, we have to attract entrepreneurial startups because they move fast and they have the next great ideas. The company that I used to work at, the database company, there was one application that early on that made us super successful. That application was Netflix. And Netflix needed to solve a really hard database problem. And it was when you go into Netflix and you have your queue, they needed to make sure that your recommendation engine was always available, that your queue, your product queue, when you've added things into it, is always available. And that was a really hard problem. They solved it with Apache Cassandra, and Netflix put us on the map. Today, they were a startup when they picked, you know, now we think, oh, whoa, you know, 180 million users. We can't live during quarantine without Netflix. But that wasn't always the case. Watching this today is someone with an amazing idea. And maybe that amazing idea is more suited for a different blockchain-based system. But if it requires high throughput, high security, low latency, then you should look at Hedera and build it on Hedera. And that's, you know, that gets me so excited, really, you know, attracting startup companies. And who knows which ones are going to be successful? You don't. So you got to get as many building as possible.
Again, for anyone listening, like I don't know at what point you're coming into this conversation. Like, we're going for 72 hours live, right? Like, I'm lucky, like, to be able to be in this conversation is a benefit, right? Like, I care about blockchain, and you probably should replay this conversation like 1 or 2 times. Like, Christian has insight, right? One of the things you were just saying about Netflix made me laugh. Like, I always say, like, Microsoft Silverlight powered like a large portion of Netflix at the time. Like, they made it really easy for streaming. I've heard people talk shit later in life on Silverlight, and I'm like, that's very interesting because, like, I know for a fact it like made Netflix, right? And people don't understand. And you mentioned earlier, right? Like, sometimes blockchain gets the comparison to the internet, right? Where sometimes we might understand it more as like TCP IP, right? Like, when people don't know how to present something, they kind of go to the features where really you just end up confusing people and they only want to understand the benefits, right? So, you know, I want to talk a bit about like how you guys are thinking about applications and what interactions with customers, whether it be enterprise, institutional, etc. We've been having a lot of really interesting conversations around that lately. But to kind of close out this, you know, and I want to be clear because I feel like there's some misconceptions sometimes where it's like, for the general blockchain enthusiast watching this right now, right? Like, if you're only watching a coin or something from a crypto price, like, maybe that works, maybe it doesn't, right? But not every real company is thinking about it like that. So, like, my question to you, Christian, is, are you are you guys thinking that it's like for profit? Like you have a revenue stream, you have a revenue vision. Like, what does that look like? Like you guys are going to go get checks, and from who?
Yeah. So today, if you're a developer building on Amazon Web Services, you select a bunch of services and you pay an API, a fee to use that service, an API call. That's our model, just in a decentralized system. So our API call for the Hedera consensus service, for example, is 1/100 of a penny. It's tiny, tiny. And it's fixed in dollars because enterprises need certainty about cost. So we peg our API call to dollars. So you always know what you're paying. It doesn't go up and down. So in order to generate revenue off of that model, you have to do a lot of transactions per second. At 1,500 transactions per second, we'll be cash flow neutral. And then from there up, and when you start to talk about 1,500 transactions per second, there's no blockchain in the market doing anywhere close to that today. Nowhere close. We're at 15 TPS, 8 months in, and doing great. So you can see the journey we're on. But there's no doubt in my mind that we'll get there. So our coin, HBAR, has two purposes. One is to pay for the API calls. And two is we're a proof of stake-based system. So it's a safety mechanism for the whole network, right? You need these, as we move to permissionless nodes, you need these economic incentives for the node runners, and they get part of that stake for running a node. HBAR holders get a little return for staking their coins to a node. So we have two purposes for those coins. And as Hedera, we take a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of the fees paid out to, as profit to fuel the business.
But if I can ask, like who are your customers? Like boil it down, like one sentence, like who's your customer? Like who's the first customer you're gonna go after?
So the Coupon Bureau is a great example. They have a real business problem.
But would you put that into a subset? I mean, like not like this specific example, but like what vertical like are you guys aiming at?
So it is. So that one is really tracking and tracing, but at massive volume. Not your traditional sort of supply chain tracking and tracing, which is low throughput. These are things where you're transacting very, very, very fast. So there's tracking and tracing. There's proof of action. So you talked about GDPR. You just mentioned GDPR earlier. When you ask Facebook to delete your data, how do you know they deleted your data? How do they prove it to you? How do they prove it to you?
Honestly, I don't know. Like now I actually want to figure this out tomorrow. Hey, for anyone watching this, go to ri2020.io, enter, fill out something on the contact form. The first person that sends us the correct answer, I will send $100 in HBAR, right? I'll buy $100. I'm going to send it to someone. There you go. But how?
Well, they can't. They can only tell you they deleted it. You can't query their centralized database and see that they deleted it. They wouldn't let you do that. So you have to trust them. So,
I mean, I get it. Like these are the general principles of decentralized data, but and this isn't a trick question. And I know we've been going for anyone that is not either you've gone through this whole interview or maybe you watched it in parts. Like we were supposed to go 45 minutes, and we're gonna go a bit longer. And this is a conversation I think you need to listen to. But there's one point I want to pivot to, but I want to rephrase this question one more time. Like, just very simply, because I really believe like people have a hard time understanding in the same way you would apply to Silicon Valley terms. Like imagine you were going into a VC's office and they're like, who's your target customer, right? Like who is Hedera's target customer?
So anytime you have to, for a high throughput application, rely on a third-party auditor, that's our market. That's our market. So take the Facebook example. If they use Hedera consensus service, you can query our network and see that they deleted it. You got a hash. That's provable in court.
All right. Now the next thing, like, I want to know, and for anyone watching, right, for any student who wants to create a startup or like, you know, general person with the company, how are you guys thinking about approaching these different entities, right? And part of my question is like, which entities are you trying to take into consideration, right? Like, are you trying to talk to governments? So there's all of these, you know, all these regulatory aspects you're thinking about. Are you trying to talk to banks? Or, you know, how are you guys thinking about it, and how are you approaching?
We start with our council members. So our council members, as I said, they run a node on the network, but they're interested in the tech, right, to solve real business problems. Enterprises do proof of concepts, POCs, all the time on new technologies. Very few of those make it into production. That's just the nature of the game. So we work to enable our enterprise council members to either build and solve a business problem on the network, or they're the type of company like IBM, for example. IBM has IBM blockchain platform. They worked with us on this Hedera consensus service. This Hedera consensus service solves a problem for Hyperledger Fabric implementations. So over time, as we prove that out, IBM can take that to market, to their customers. You know, we're a small startup still. If we have to go convince every enterprise to build on us, we're going to fail. So we look for ways of our council members achieving scale, because they all have big channels that we can push through. So that's really our go-to-market. On the other side, for startups, however, that's where, okay, I'll pause. Oh, you're on mute again.
Sorry, I'm learning a little bit right now, so I'm actually happy for that. Yeah. Can we unpack what you just said a little bit? So, is your customer then not necessarily the enterprise or the end user, or you feel like you have intellectual property that anyone doing blockchain will want to inherit?
I think we solve problems that anyone in blockchain would want to use. But again, I don't know enough about all the other systems. So what I can say is we want the enterprises to build platforms on top, because we're low down the stack, remember? And then their customers consume their services, and we're under the covers. You know, a really good marketing campaign is Intel Inside. No one should care about the chip, right? And that's kind of us, right? Over time, you won't even know we're there, but we're inside of everything.
No. I think I understand more now. Like, and now I'm more interested in Hedera. Like, I think maybe sometimes I or many people slip into the trap of saying, like, who's your end user? Who are you going to sell? Which enterprise to consumer, right? And now it's a bit more clear to me that I feel like you guys want to be more tightly integrated, right? Like, I can go buy a Apple laptop, but the chip inside is Intel, right? So
that's it. Yeah,
thank you.
That's a great analogy. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
But what I was going to say is, on the startup side of things, because we want those great entrepreneurs and great developers, you know, they don't have these big platforms. They're going to be super innovative. And that's where organizations like Mousebelt are so important, right? The education, the really getting enthusiasm within the student base, having an incubator where someone can have a wacky idea and you'll incubate it. That's fantastic.
I'm a little bit biased, but I do love Mousebelt. So, by the way, I, for anybody listening, I don't know. I just realized this is one of the first calls I've actually like felt tired, not because I'm excited because I've done like 20 of these in the last 2 days. So I might be fading a little bit, but hopefully anyone watching can give me a little slack. But I think it's a good pivot to the last question I've kind of tried to bring to everyone, right? like, why are we having this conference? We're having this conference because I'm a nerd. Some of my founders are nerds, and like, we actually want to help kids at universities, right? And all of their conferences got canceled. We didn't charge anyone a single dollar for tickets for this or anything else. We're about to launch a hackathon tomorrow, like many other things, right? Like, and we're helping Hedera on one as well. And by the way, for anybody watching, we'll put it here in the bottom, the graphics, but the Hedera is throwing a hackathon. I'll let Christian talk about it here at the end. We're trying to support it as well. But we'll put some thoughts down there. Keep an eye on it. And for any other hackathons or events Hedera is doing. But leading to my last question is, you know, for all of the students watching right now, right? And for the ones that are not pessimistic about the market, right? Like they're 19, 20, 21 years old. They don't have a 10-year career in blockchain. You know, they just want to build applications and they think they don't see any reason why they should not be decentralized. What would you tell them? Like if you're in school right now, like how would you think about it? And, you know, how can they interact with Hedera? Like how is Hedera trying to help them on that path?
Yeah, so we're living in fascinating times right now, and we're living in a time where trust in our institutions is being eroded, and you know, trust in different organizations has been eroded, and you know, just looking at my kids, they have very low trust quotient, and trust is the problem that all blockchain systems are designed to amplify. I'm not saying that, you know, that they're solving it, but it is a big problem in the internet world. And if I were at college today, I would be looking at blockchain to get in. It's still so early, so early. There aren't these thousands of mainstream applications. So again, do your research, have an idea, pick your platform and start building. And then organizations like Mousebelt are there to help you. And if you have a good idea, you know, Patrick just talked about our hackathon. So it's hedera20.com, 20.com. We've got 600 developers already building on it. The Mousebelt challenge is so cool. They're offering mentorship and incubator for a challenge around actually using Apache Kafka, which is a distributed streaming message queue, to integrate that with Hedera Consensus Service, which is a super cool challenge. Oh, you're on mute again.
Our CTO, Galen, like one of my best friends, like we've been building something where we were seeing the opportunities in Kafka and we were realizing it. And for anyone listening, like if you understand why this conference is going on, like if you don't know anything about me, like I'm pretty busy, but I'm going to set up like every day this week in a random time zone and talk to like 60 people, right? Why am I doing this? A good example is the Hedera hackathon. We had a really good idea internally. And at one point, because I had never talked to Christian before, I was a little disconnected. This is the first time Christian and I talked. Like now we're going to be friends, right? But like Galen, our CTO, told me the idea and I was like, damn, that is a really good idea. And I was like,
really good idea.
I was like, maybe we should hold it for ourselves. I swear to you, for 1 second I sat there and I was like, maybe we should hold that one for ourselves. But the end, after deliberation between 2 or 3 people, and I probably had the final say, I was like, whatever. Like, we will not get anywhere unless we collaborate, right? Like, whether it's open source, you know, this, and one thing I always try to tell people after seeing decent parts of blockchain integrations, this is not easy, right? And I think a lot of people have bought coins and they think they're technology analysts now. They don't necessarily know what they're talking about. Like there's a lot, we talked earlier about a lot of noise. Like yes, there's a lot of noise. Yes, there's a lot of haters. I'm pretty sure most people don't really know what to be mad at. You kind of have some some philosophical divides between blockchain, but like as far as real technology, there's a big argument for everyone to just stop wasting time and build it, right? So go check out the Hedera hackathon, right? And there's a really good challenge right now. I know that for a fact. All right, dude. I feel like we could do this for another hour.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it, Patrick. I do have to drop to another call, but this has been awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me on. And yeah, anytime. I'll record the presentation. I'll send it over next week as well. Yeah, this has been really cool. It's been great to meet you.
Awesome. Well, hey, for everybody watching, stay tuned for these 72 hours. Another amazing interview. Really appreciate Christian's time. Make sure to check out their Hashgraph, their hackathons, all their initiatives. Like if you're a student looking for a platform to build on, like go check them out, right? Like they're trying to be the chip inside of a lot of blockchain. Are they going to win? I can't tell you exactly, but conversations like this, I think, go a long way towards everyone understanding it. So appreciate it again. Christian, it was very nice to talk with you.
Thanks, Patrick. Stay well.
Stay tuned to learn more about student interest in blockchain technology. REIMAGINE 2020.
Hey, what's up? We're just Lucas from San Francisco, California. We're hosting a special DJ set for REIMAGINE 2020. We have our first guest, Paul Hemming, and later on, you guys are going to have Nikki and Mel from Lux Entertainment. Enjoy the show.
Smoking this, drinking that, hitting it hoes.
Get the loot, get the ice, fuck the white, no die. Let's get high.
Smoking this, drinking that, hitting it hoes.
Get the loot, get the ice, fuck the white, no die. Let's get high.
here to help you dance. Dr. Spazzo. My name is Dr. Spazzo, and I am here to help you dance. Help you dance, 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 help you dance. What's your name? Baby dancing.
Baby dancing like a freak.
Mouth tweaking when you speak. Baby dancing like a freak. Mouth tweaking when you speak.
Baby dancing like a freak.
Mouth tweaking when you speak. Baby dancing like a freak. Mouth tweaking when you speak. Baby dancing like a freak. Baby dancing like a freak. Mouth tweaking when you speak. Baby dancing like a freak. Mouth tweaking
tonight we get to experiment and we get to play a nice long set. We don't have set times, it's whoever's feeling the music jumps on. A lot of back-to-back action, so it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be playing a lot of different kind of styles of music. Not just typical, tech house kind of thing. Not just typical, tech house kind of thing. Not just typical, tech house kind of thing.
thanks for watching. Just finished ball hamming in Temple SF. We are Temple family. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you soon.
This goes out to all my OG holders. Legend Gang. Coin Bros. I just woke up in the morning, check that market cap. We up. Shout out to my dog, what you barking at? What up, dog? A package at my door, man, I've been waiting. Hope the UPS guy ready for a conversation. We gon' talk about this crypto if you like it or not. Shut up, Jordan Belfort, bitch, your shit ain't in stock. I'm that dude reppin' that blockchain on the block. Talking crypto with my neighbors while they taking a walk. And my girl love talking crypto with me. Got my son straight, ICO picking with me. Legend gang, man, I keep it with me. Better take a long lunch if you whipping with me. We gon' talk about it, we gon' talk about the dip. John McAfee told me Bitcoin to $1 million, or he gon' eat his own dick. Ever seen a grown man eat his own dick?
What? No, hell no.
We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it.
I'll be talking crypto when I'm taking a piss. I'll be talking crypto in the Uber or Lyft. Talking crypto when my daughter's making the wish. I'll be talking crypto when I'm taking a seat on the bus, riding to a meetup. I'm talking like-minded people there to greet us. I'm talking Krispy Kremes, endless margaritas, man. I'll be talking crypto to the dude in the mall cleaning sneakers. This is peer-to-peer, ain't got time for waiting. No. This is peer-to-peer, don't need no bank statement. I got the QR, tenant for that fast payment.
Ooh, that's not matching up right. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it.
Yeah, we the coin bros, all we talk is that crypto, baby. So if you ain't about that, get the F out my face, dog.
We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it.
We talking crypto, we talking crypto.
Look at the camera, say we talking crypto.
Coming up next. Stay tuned to learn more about the state of blockchain education at major universities all around the world. REIMAGINE 2020.
there. My name is John Davidos. I lead development for NEO with a focus on tools and the developer experience based in Seattle, Washington. It is my privilege and certainly my pleasure to be here for REIMAGINE 2020.
Hey everyone, it's Patrick McLean again, one of your guests for REIMAGINE 2020. I'm excited to bring a new guest to you. It's John Davidos. Did I butcher it?
No, that's good. That's good. Look, the way I say it is, it doesn't mean anything in English anyway, so it doesn't matter how you say it.
So, guys, first off, I had the last week I was able to listen to some of the stuff John had talked about, read a little bit, and definitely excited to have him on as a guest. And even in the few minutes before this call, I think a very positive energy. I'm big on first impressions, so I'm excited for you guys to get to know him. And I'll stop butchering it. But John, for the audience, why don't you introduce yourself a bit, maybe a bit about your background and maybe the journey that kind of led you to blockchain and why you're excited to be a part of it.
Oh, absolutely. Again, thanks again for making time for me. Yeah. So look, I'm from India originally, grew up in East Africa, Tanzania, went to school in India and the US. I have a bachelor's, master's in computer science, did PhD work in machine learning long before machine learning was cool and sexy. Spent about 19, 20 years at Microsoft working on platforms. I led architecture for the .NET platform v1 and v2. Spent many years shipping tooling, frameworks, and libraries for millions of developers worldwide. Worked on 2 machine learning startups that we exited. I first encountered crypto about 10 years ago. At that time, I was mostly dabbling, obviously, in the coins, but during my startup adventures is when I went deep down the rabbit hole, as they say. I realized the potential of the platform and the opportunity that we had to serve millions of developers worldwide. And that's what led me to NEO and to work on building the best possible tooling and experience for developers on the NEO blockchain.
Got it. So you and I were chatting before. Obviously, you grew up in Tanzania. I was just there for a little bit, but it's always one of the examples I've used, since I had a short time there, and say, man, if 10 years ago I was there, 12 years ago, and say they were using M-Pesa, they're sending money from Nokia T9 phones, right, back and forth. So while some of us in the world might think we're novel to have Venmo, right, or make these transactions, or we might think that certain countries aren't as technically advanced as us. And the flip side, I would argue, what were the experiences that growing up there, or that you've seen, or that you're aware of, that kind of influence how you think about blockchain?
Oh, absolutely. Look, I mean, I had a fantastic time, about 8 years growing up in Tanzania, all over the place. Arusha, like you said, Dar es Salaam, Tabora, Mbeya, Bukoba, all over. So a few things I learned. Firstly, I would say, necessity is the mother of invention. And I think M-Pesa, as you said, very clearly grew from the need to find a way to transact, to exchange. And being able to use, cell phones and texting was a very powerful way to fulfill a need in the marketplace. The second thing I would say is, in terms of the opportunity to serve millions of people worldwide, there is still a huge opportunity for the man in the street, the common man, the common woman, to contribute and to benefit from what they have to offer. The world as we see it is still lopsided. And I see the potential of the blockchain platforms to do our small bit to make this a much more fair, much more equitable, and provide opportunities for people to benefit from their energy, from their potential, and from their contributions. And certainly growing up in Africa and in India gives me a certain perspective that I hope to bring to bear in both the tools and the apps that we build.
Got it. So when we touch on that subject of experience, obviously you've had a pretty seasoned background in technology. How did that influence, what were those past experiences? And I guess maybe I'll zoom out for 1 second and say, I'm always intrigued, we have a development team, and I've always looked at, why aren't there more blockchain developers? What are the difference between a regular developer and a blockchain developer? what experiences in your past kind of led you to blockchain? How do they influence how you think about it now, and from a technology standpoint?
A fantastic question. So first of all, I would say there are no blockchain developers. The same way there are no, I would say, iPhone or app or front end or back end or cloud. There are developers. Period. The mistake I think much of the blockchain industry made early on was in trying to pigeonhole and silo the so-called blockchain developers with special purpose languages, like what the Ethereum guys did with Solidity, with what I call elite developer tools, in many ways put up barriers. You almost had to have these high priests of blockchain development to come in, to write the code, to write the contract, to review and to bless it before they were deployed. This is fundamentally flawed. Let me explain. Across the world, there are about 21 million developers. And there is no way we in the blockchain space can deem ourselves to be successful if we focus only on the 10,000 or the 50,000 or even the 100,000 people who are building smart contracts. We have to go to where the developers are. If there's one thing I've learned from my time at Microsoft is you cannot expect the developers to come to you. You have to go to where they are. What does this mean? It means giving them the support in the languages they know. Java, C#, Python, Go, JavaScript. It means giving them support in the tools that they know and they love. It means giving them comparable, if not superior experience. Let me give you an example. Up until a year and a half ago, debugging smart contracts was a nightmare. How do you expect mainstream developers to be able to jump in and be successful if we couldn't even give them a reasonable debugging experience? And these are the things that we set out to achieve here in Seattle for NEO, is to provide a first-class, friction-free developer experience to make sure each and every developer out there, the 21 million people out there, can jump in and feel comfortable, feel like they're building for a Microsoft toolset or an Amazon Web Services or a Google toolset. There should be no friction. There should be no sense of I'm now a blockchain developer or I'm now a X, Y, or Z. I'm a developer. And give me the tools in the languages and the support I've grown to like and to love and to enjoy. And that's exactly what we are doing here at NEO. We will take this to the mainstream. We will attract millions of developers, and we do this by going to where they are and serving their needs.
Got it. And I agree with you. And we were having a brief conversation earlier before we started this call, and I was telling you, like, our CTO I've known for a long time. I mean, he was telling me a year and a half ago, right? And I really respect his opinion. He said, Patrick, when I look at all these blockchains, every time I come to a platform and I say, okay, I want this tooling, I want this debugging, if I were to devise it from a development standpoint, they tend to have a lot of what I need. And he said there's some drawbacks. Maybe there wasn't as much documentation as you needed at the time or whatever, like you can expect with any growing platform. So I guess my next question is I believe that, and actually, by the way, I haven't done this yet. And like, I just messaging him, he might hop on, so he might get a special guest here. You'll like him. But what do you really think that, how is NEO solving those challenges? Do you think they have a competitive advantage? And if so, what needs to happen for the world to hear that?
Thank you. Fantastic question. So if you go to the roots of NEO, back to the origin when Hongfei Da and Eric Zhang built, designed and devised the architecture, NEO was built on a polyglot infrastructure, meaning it was designed from the very beginning to support a whole host of languages. And that gave us a very unique advantage out of the blocks in terms of setting up a platform play to attract, to motivate developers from across a variety of communities. Secondly, the fact that we actually based much of our plumbing on the Microsoft.NET infrastructure gave us a very unique role to play in the market, because we can piggyback on the millions of developers who use .NET, who let me give you, for example, a data point. On the average, every month, Patrick, there's about 6 or 7 million developers that use VS Code as the developer tooling. And the fact that we have built Neo, our toolkit, as a collection of extensions on VS Code, they are widely available on the VS Code marketplace, by the way, again, gives us a very unique vantage point to drive awareness and to serve and support these developers worldwide. So I certainly strongly believe that by piggybacking, by attaching, and by providing a comparable, familiar experience, we certainly have a unique role to play in the blockchain industry and market.
Got it. So for the viewers that might not know, right, and I think fortunately, unfortunately, crypto blockchain world has been devised in many ways, right? You have people that use it as an investment that in some ways they think they are technical analysts of projects now, right? I might check their resumes later and there might not be much there to back up that claim. So for maybe people that have certain conceptions about Neo or don't know anything about it, how would you describe Neo in a kind of really condensed version? Like why should Neo exist? Why are you excited about it? Why are you not on another team? What is Neo?
So Neo is a platform for the new economy, what we call the smart economy. Now, what does it mean? It means that we are designing, architecting, and delivering a platform for digital assets, uniquely focused on digital assets. Now, this could mean all the way from, for example, gaming. Gaming is about digital assets to real world. Think about property, think about condominiums, apartments, homes, automobiles. So because of this singular focus, we're able to design a developer experience that far exceeds the vanilla blockchain platforms out there. For me, fundamentally, this new economy, what we call the smart economy, is about assets, is about a new set of assets, fully digitized, fully digital. Second, in terms of the developer play, Patrick, the key is this: the chain is just the chain. It is going to be the developer tools. And like you said, plays like EcoBoost to incent, to motivate, to fund and serve the developers that will create and build the ecosystem. It's going to be the ecosystem that determines whether a chain, how successful a chain is in terms of the future. So between the singular focus on the smart economy and the almost maniacal obsession we have with respect to developers, I strongly believe that we are in a very unique position to be very strong in the coming months and certainly years as we launch Neo 3 and more.
Got it. And I think one, not unique, but maybe have to take into account, Neo is obviously a project based in China, right? How do you think that affects your team? You're sitting there in Seattle. What is your outside take from like openness or government regulation or acceptance, from East-West mentality? How are from your perspective, how are different countries or regulations